Oh yeah. First, good morning, everybody. Don't forget your microphone. I'll start out with a welcome to Councillor Steve Mason, who's joined us in place of Joy Andrews as a North Yorkshire appointee. Welcome, Steve. Do we have apologies for absence? Okay, we can do that first if you like. So, just to remind you that this meeting will be live streamed. Tuesday, emergency evacuation procedure. We're not expecting a practice, so if the alarm goes off, it's out onto the lawn at the front in orderly fashion. 3, we've got apologies for absence.
Jane Harper, John McHugh and David Hugill, although he may be coming at the end of the meeting.
That's great. Are there any more? Okay, thanks.
I shall have to leave at 11:45, Mr. Chairman, because of a funeral.
Okay. Well, when we finish is partly in your hands, but we might be close to finishing by midday, or we'll see how we get on. Just before I move on to the business of the agenda, I know George had to leave. Do you wanted to say something about that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Everyone knows that the world famous Coast to Coast walk is going to be a national trail next year, which is a fantastic thing for our national park, our area, and actually the north, given that it goes from St Bees in Cumbria to Robin Hood's Bay in North Yorkshire. So some members are aware that recently, as Chair of North Yorkshire Council, I joined with my counterparts from Cumberland and Westmoreland and Furness, and we had a cross-council show of support for the Coast to Coast to promote it, and that got some very positive feedback from local organizations and from communities. So I thought that we could replicate this, but instead of councils, we can replicate it across the 3 national parks through which the Coast to Coast passes. So I spoke with Tom about it a couple of weeks ago, and he supported the idea. So as a result, I spoke with both the Yorkshire Dales and the Lake District National Parks, and you should have all received an email from me for about 10 days ago suggesting a meeting in Kirby Stephen next Monday, the 22nd of December, so that we can issue a joint press release from the 3 national parks to support the Coast to Coast. And the purpose of the meeting next Monday is to have a cross-national park photo with members representing the different 3 national parks through which the Coast to Coast passes. So I know that Jim is coming here, coming as well. I know that the Lake District now are the front runners with 6 or 7 members going to attend. There will be few people from the Yorkshire Dales as well, but if anyone is interested in coming, please let me know, and there will be a car leaving from Helmsley here next Monday to go there. So if anyone is interested in taking part and being involved, just let me know, and transport will be arranged from here, from the Old Vicarage.
Thank you, George. Can I respond? Yeah, thanks for doing that.
Could I respond? George, thanks very much indeed, and I'm sorry I haven't replied. I've got to be honest, I was confused, and I was confused in the capacity you were writing. I was trying to understand who you're writing as is it the parks, and so I did find out why you were writing, and you explained it even more. I don't think. Yeah, and I'm afraid I don't think I'm going to be able to, depending on what time we get back. But it's a fabulous idea, and well done for doing it. And apologies that I haven't replied to your email. So thank you, Jeremy.
Great. Well, thanks, George. So get in touch with George if you want to. I need to try and get control of the meeting again and get on to our business. Right. So thanks very much, George. And I say I'll be going with you. So the public minutes of the meeting held on the 22nd of September. I think they're on page 1 of our pack. We're happy to take those as a record of the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Public question time. It's an opportunity for members to ask questions. Do we have any questions?
No.
No, thanks, Tom. So 6 is the reminder to declare your interests, personal or prejudicial, should you have them, and I think there's a form to put down the nature of those interests, which just helps for the record. Item 7 then, it's Vorvis measures audit completion and annual reports 24-25, including value for money conclusions, and you should have this in your packs at page 6. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. Just in case there are some people who don't know me, my name is Gavin Barker. I'm an audit director with Forvis Mazars, and I'm also the engagement lead on this audit. I have with me today Gaurav Gandhi, who is the audit manager, who's been busily working on the audit with our team leader, Mary Annan, who we said couldn't come today because she's busy working on another National Park Authority and we can't spare her the time, and the rest of the audit team. And I mention the people in the team just as I'll mention the people in your team, because it's only through the cooperation and joint working that we've received from Pete, Sandra and the rest of your small team here that we've been able to sort of complete the audit in good time as well, because I think we were a bit later last year. So it's customary to consider the report of the auditor before the authority approves the accounts. So that's why we're going first before you receive your accounts. We have 2 reports, an audit completion report, which was produced on the 3rd of December. So since then, sort of things have moved on in areas that were outstanding at the time this report was written. So I'll mention that as we go through. And we also have our auditor's annual report, which is issued in draft and can only be finalised once we've issued our audit opinion on the financial statements, which we're hoping to do on Friday this week. So just to take you through our reports, because we are required to sort of formally communicate these things to you. In terms of the overall audit, I think it's been a very good process, supported by Pete, Sandra and the team. We have challenged, as we always do, quite considerably, I'm sure Pete would agree, and we have really not many significant issues, if any, really, to report to members today. So we've put it through the ropes in terms of audit testing, and it's come out as a very good set of financial statements, which doesn't surprise me working with Pete for the last couple of years. So Pete's a great accountant, I think, and sort of that's reflected in the set of accounts, so we haven't identified any sort of significant issues, no adjustments to the accounts. We have discussed a number of issues during the audit, main one probably being financial sustainability, and that was really around the value for money side of our reporting. On page 14 of our report, there's a summary of the work that was outstanding in the sense that it hadn't been finished when we issued our audit completion report, and everything in there has been addressed apart from one thing, and that is, members probably recall this, we were always waiting for the issue of pension fund audit assurance. I spoke to the audit manager of the pension fund audit team, which is within Forvis Mazars, it's our own firm. We are expecting to get that report from them early this week. So I'm sort of, if early this week, I'm sort of working on the basis that we'll be able to sign off on Friday, hopefully having received it, communicated the findings to Pete and got to a position where we can sign off on Friday. There's always these days, there's a lot of work that the pension fund auditor does, including a lot of work around the assets in the pension fund. It's likely that there'll be an understatement of assets reported to us, but it's also certain that that will not have a material impact on your financial statements. So when we get their report, we'll assess the impact on your financial statements. We're confident it's not going to be material, but it will probably need to be reported as an unadjusted misstatement. And we only have to do that for technical reasons, really. We wouldn't want you to amend the accounts for this anyways, because it's still just an estimate at a point in time. and it is still subject to sort of fluctuation and estimation. But the main purposes of doing that calculation is to prove that it doesn't have a material effect on the statements. Sorry, Chair, somebody want to come in? Oh, sorry. So that's the position we're in. So everything's finished apart from that one point. In terms of our audit approach, we didn't change our approach from the approach that we'd set out in our audit strategy memorandum. In terms of the significant findings, auditors are required to consider significant risks. It's not because we suspect some problems with your arrangements, it's because we're supposed to identify areas of significant audit risk, remain professionally sceptical, and to carry out testing in those areas. So I'll just quickly go through the significant risks that we identified in relation to your audit. So the first one is the management override of controls, and that is a significant risk on every audit that's carried out anywhere, public or private sector. And that's the risk that however good your system of internal control, management is in a position where, should it choose to, it could override those controls. So we carry out specific testing to ensure that doesn't happen. So that's the kind of things we look at are the accounting estimates in the financial statements to make sure there's no bias in those estimates and that they're fair and reasonable. We look at any significant transactions outside the normal course of business, and we test journals because that's the main way in which any sort of management override would actually be affected within the financial statements. So we carry out journal testing. And unsurprisingly, we haven't found any evidence of management override of controls. The next two significant risks are common again in all the authorities, all the public sector audits that we work on in Forvis Mazars. So it's the benefits disclosures, the liability or the asset reflected in the statements, and the valuation of property, plant and equipment. And they're significant risks for similar reasons. They're both very large numbers in any set of public sector financial statements. For a start, they involve the use of experts, often external experts to the organisation. So there's the actuary in terms of the pension fund, and there's the external valuer in relation to property, plant and equipment. And there are also areas where there's estimation uncertainty, and that means that a small change in any assumption made by those external experts could have a significant impact on the disclosures in the financial statements. So I'm not going to go through everything we did there, but essentially we are content with the figures that are reflected in the financial statements, and the only thing outstanding at this point is the pension fund auditor assurance, which I've already mentioned. The final risk, which we didn't have as a significant risk, we had it as identified as another key area of management judgment or an enhanced risk, and that was the accounting for leases under IFRS 16, International Financial Reporting Standard 16. This was newly implemented in 24-25. So for that reason, we had a very close look at the way that had been accounted for in the financial statements and carried out testing on that. We didn't identify any issues to report there either. Just briefly touching on our wider responsibilities, we do have powers and responsibilities that we can exercise. Clearly, we haven't felt any need to exercise those for the National Park Authority. And there is also the rights for local electors to ask questions of the auditor, to object to the accounts. And we didn't receive any questions or objections as part of our audit. In terms of internal control conclusions, there were actually two fairly significant conclusions from last year. One was about land and buildings revaluation, and one was about the preparation of the draft annual governance statement. And I'm really pleased to say that both of those were completely and fully addressed in the 24-25 audit. We have identified two issues this year. We've described them as other observations rather than significant deficiencies. One was around getting the related party returns from members. Sorry to raise that in this forum, but there were sort of 6 that couldn't be received. Clearly, there are declarations of interest made separately, so we've sort of relied on those arrangements. But it is important, those related party questionnaires are important, and sort of 100% compliance is what we will be hoping for in the future. And the other observation was around the disposal of an asset, and we haven't got any issues with the fact that the disposal of that particular asset was to the best benefit of the authority, but there were some procedural issues which Peter's going to pick up going forward. So that's our conclusions on internal controls. And the next thing, where we look at the summary of misstatements, is quite unusual. Doesn't happen that often, and we don't have any unadjusted misstatements to report at this point, although there might be one on pensions. And really, if there is one on pensions, it's nothing to do with the quality of your accounts. It's around the sort of reporting back from the pension fund order on the pension scheme. And there's no unadjusted misstatements to report. There are some minor disclosure misstatements which have been identified, and changes have been made, and they're reflected in the financial statements that you'll receive next on the agenda when you consider the approval of the accounts. In relation to fraud, we're required to consider material fraud. So we look at the arrangements to ensure there's been no material fraud. Clearly, management, internal audit, the committee, the FRAS committee, are interested in sort of addressing any fraud. Our work is designed to ensure that there's been no material fraud, and that is the conclusion that we've reached based on the controls that you have in place, that the risk of material fraud is very slim indeed. Value for money arrangements, I'll just leave that on the audit completion report, because I'll pick it up in the auditor's annual report. We've asked for a letter of representation to be provided by Pete at the point at which we sign off. That gives us various sort of confirmations from sort of the organisation's perspective. It's included, a draft of the letter is included in the report. It's a long letter. I think the only thing I'd want to confirm to you is that they're all the standard disclosures that we ask for. There's nothing specifically tailored to you or reflecting a risk in relation to you. We take no chances. So we have a disclosure on the impacts of Russian forces entering Ukraine, for instance, and the impact of the sort of US sort of tariff arrangements. But there are a lot more relevant disclosures in there as well. And we look to receive that just at the point we sign off, to give those assurances to us at that point. Similarly, the audit report is included as an appendix in here. This is meant to be the user-friendly, easy read version, but I can understand, because I've received feedback elsewhere, that it doesn't feel like that. So what I would again want to emphasise in terms of this report is it's a vanilla report. There are no issues reported in this other than the sort of standard things we're required to report. So we're proposing to give an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. We are not identifying any exceptions to report in terms of the value for money arrangements. And unusually and thankfully, because you are exempt from having to produce a whole of government accounts return, we can issue an audit certificate at the point that we sign off. If members are used to working in sort of large local authorities, you may be aware that the certificate often can't be issued for months after the audit opinion is given, which is quite tiresome. In terms of the next disclosure, it's about our independence. Our independence is really important to us. We monitor on an ongoing basis. We make adjustments to audit teams if there are any potential conflicts. And I'm pleased to report that we didn't identify anything when we issued our plan, and we've monitored through the process, and there are no independence issues, and we feel free to report without fear or favour, and that is what we do. And then the remaining parts of that report are just things that we're required to communicate to you under auditing standards, and there is nothing specific to pick out in relation to your arrangements. So, Chair, I suggest I pause at that point before going on to the second report, and I'm very happy to listen to any comments that members may have, and if there are any questions, I'll seek to do my best to answer those questions. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Gavin. Good news so far. Any questions from members? Or shall we keep going? George?
I was just going to say that it was very assuring to hear all the comments you've said, and also having worked with Pete for the past couple of years, I know how diligent he and the team are. You mentioned audit and pension funds, and I think you were told that you will hopefully get some resolution to it early this week. So as a member of the audit committee of North Yorkshire Council, I thought I would just highlight that today at 1:30 we are meeting, which is one of the reasons, Chair, I might have to leave early. But one of the items of the agenda is the North Yorkshire Pension Fund, and hopefully there will be a resolution to that soon. We don't know, but just want to mention this and the reason why maybe it will be resolved sooner rather than later.
Thank you. If I could just come back on that. We just need to be clear that what we're getting is an assurance letter from the pension fund, and that might run at a different pace to the audit opinion given on the pension fund. So there may or may not, I don't know, there may be sort of things that hold up the signing off of the pension fund audit, but we are expecting to get our assurance letter. Thank you.
Regardless of what happens in the meeting today?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Go to Malcolm and then Steve.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. So, I mean, clearly it's an excellent report from our point of view. And like you, I'd just like to thank Pete and the whole team for the way they worked with you to produce that. I mean, there's no significant issues that you've raised with us, as you say, a couple of relatively minor things that Pete assured us previously that we can have a look at and just tighten up on a little bit.
Yeah.
Don't know whether this is the point to mention the fees. You've not mentioned the fees. Is that coming up in the next item?
It will come up in the next item.
Yeah, I'll pick that up then.
Okay. You're going to compliment us on our very reasonable fees.
I think we were just hoping to ensure that was the case. Steve Mason.
Thank you. Just when you mentioned an issue around the IR 16, the financial regulations and the contracting, I think is part of the issue of the leases. Do you think that's going to pose a significant impact going forward? Because do we have to start thinking about revising our leases to fit with those regulations?
That's a good question. It's possibly more of a question for management than it is for me, but it is a new standard. It has been implemented. In some ways, it's unhelpful because it just complicates the accounts even further when we should be looking to simplify them, but it is what it is. Pete might be better to answer if there's any impact on how you would address leases in the future. So.
Yeah, so that's fine. I mean, I could have picked it up in the next item as well. It's certainly been the main issue for this audit for us as officers. It's coming this year. So implementation was from the 1st of April 24, so the beginning of the financial year we've just audited. So we had to convert anything that we had as operating leases originally into, effectively through IFRS 16, into being treated on the balance sheet as opposed to through the INE as it was before. That's been a very complicated process because you have to go back and value the lease, many of which are sort of several years in, back to the beginning of 24-25 valuation date. So that was definitely probably the most arduous part of this audit, which took a serious amount of time, as it will have done for those of you representing other councils as well elsewhere will be aware of it. We did have it fully tested and audited. So one of the extra pieces of work for the auditors this time has been looking in a lot of detail at the way that we've brought those on board. And I'm pleased to say we've got a clean bill of health on how we've done that. I will give my thanks to the individual who helped us with that when I come to item 8. We had a lot of support on that, which I'm very grateful for. But yeah, really good question because it's certainly the biggest change we've had to our accounts this year.
Thank you. Are we on to the second report now,
Yes,
Chair? So the second report is our auditor's annual report, and this is designed to be a public-facing report and it's designed to be issued when the audit is completed, so members will notice that it's still in a draft for this meeting. And the intention on Friday, providing we can issue the opinion on the financial statements, is to straight away issue the final version of the report that day. So I won't go over the accounts again. You can see there are just a few areas where it's marked in red, where we can slot in the date that we actually sign off and finalise the report without too much more fuss. One of those areas in red was fees, so I will come to that. So the main purpose of this report is to communicate our findings in relation to what's described as value for money arrangements. It's not a view on whether the authority offers value for money. It's a review of the arrangements that you have in place surrounding those arrangements. There are three key areas that we look at: financial sustainability, governance, and improving economy efficiency and effectiveness. I'll make a few brief comments on each of those areas. So understandably, a lot of focus, not just here, but across the public sector, is on financial sustainability because of the financial pressures that have been faced by public sector, not just now, but for the previous, I don't know, it feels like at least 10 years, there's sort of been one form of austerity or another. I think the conclusion we've reached in relation to the National Park Authority is that you manage and continue to manage the challenging financial position as effectively as could possibly be the case in the difficult circumstances that you face. I won't go through everything, but clearly DEFRA funding is an issue, not so much in the year we're reporting on, but in 5, 6 and beyond, a switch towards capital funding and away from revenue funding. And you do need some revenue base, don't you, in order to spend your capital monies wisely, so that's challenging. It's clearly been to the authority's advantage to diversify its benefits from other income sources, and the reliance on DEFRA is less than it has been for many years. But it is still a challenge because the authority wants to do lots of good things, and we can see lots of evidence of work that's been done, and it wants to continue to do so for the national park, for the area, and it is increasingly difficult to do that in the sort of financial backdrop that it faces, and maybe in particular the financial backdrop of annual settlements with DEFRA, which it's a tight settlement for local authorities when you find out just before Christmas, but I think you tend to find out after you've set your budget, sort of in March, April, what your funding is going to be. Local authorities are hopeful of a medium-term settlement. I think you're probably hopeful of a medium-term settlement as well, but we're not sure what will transpire. So against all of that backdrop, our view is very clearly there are no significant weaknesses in arrangements. We don't give an overall view on your arrangements anymore. We just report by exception. So I'm really clear. There's no significant weakness in your arrangements, and there's no reason for us to issue what we sometimes do called an other recommendation, which is something important that you need to address that doesn't yet reach the status of being a significant weakness. And we don't feel we need to do that because you know exactly what you're doing. You know how you'll adapt depending on the fund and settlement you get, and that's our view on financial sustainability. The view on governance is really straightforward. We think you have all the arrangements in place that we would expect for an authority of this side. You take the governance seriously, and there's sort of just masses of evidence in relation to that we can see, not least from the sort of various committees and the reports and the considerations that are reflected therein. Improving economy efficiency and effectiveness covers a number of different areas. So it covers not just financial performance, but how you manage the sort of operational performance of the organisation. We think you've got good reporting on that, and that there are good arrangements in place for performance and monitoring and for financial monitoring. So we haven't got any issues with that. There's a part of it which is about partnerships. We think you work really effectively in partnership with others. And we just heard earlier about the proposed sort of partnership with the other national park authorities. And there are lots of examples of good partnership working. And the other area it covers is about how you go about procuring services. This is something we'll probably in future audits look at more as you sort of extend your capital programme. But at the moment, we're very comfortable with the arrangements you have in place for procurement. So it's effectively a clean bill of health on the value for money work that we've carried out. And hopefully that reflects to some degree your own views. That's what would normally be sort of anticipated. Or do I really have to end on fees? It looks like I always walk into this trap. So I can update this for the final report that we issue on Friday. The only area of additional work was around leases, which Pete mentioned earlier that we had carried out additional work. So hopefully this supports the additional fee that we have identified. So we've identified additional fee of £2,000 for the work on leases, and that's what will be reflected in the final version of the auditor's annual report that we issue when we've given the opinion. And that's that. Oh, the other thing to say was, did I mention that I was retiring? So this will be my... Oh, did I? Yeah.
I was going to mention that for you.
It's 102 days now. It's the 27th of March. So this is the last audit that I will deliver. A new engagement lead has been identified called Nicola Hallas. She will be taking over from me. I'll have a proper handover arrangement with her. We'd be hoping to maintain the continuity of Gaurav and Mary on delivering the audit work. It'll be seamless, and I'll just disappear into the... Well, it probably won't be the sunset, but I'd like to think it was. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Gavin. That's taken our mind off the extra fee already, hasn't it? Malcolm.
It's hard to come back to No, thank you very much. I mean, the reason I raised it before is obviously a little red bit that says to be confirmed, so I was assuming you do some equally. I mean, it's a relatively small number, and I hear that Pete is very relaxed about that. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Still a large number at the end, which in our financial circumstances, always would be appreciated being lower, but no, very happy.
I do understand that, and the fees are relatively high for small authorities. That's the cost of continuing to deliver sort of full audits. A lot of authorities now would come under the smaller audit assurance regime, which is a limited assurance regime, but I am involved in delivering that in Northumberland and Kent, strangely, and it is a lot less work and therefore a lot less assurance and a lot less fee, but it wouldn't feel appropriate for organisations of this side. And I think DEFRA has already determined that it would want all national park authorities to continue with a full audit. So it is really related to that. It's just the way it is.
I think that may be a topic we have a discussion with DEFRA about continuance.
Yep. Okay.
So,
thanks.
Janet, what's going
Thank you. I just wanted to, well, happy retirement.
Thank you.
It's a great distraction from fees. Well done, you must learn that one myself.
Been doing this a long time.
I'm not a member of BRASC, but I would like to say I've been involved in the public sector for decades, and this is the best account I have heard from an audit from an organisation. So I'd like to thank Tom, Pete and the team, and also Colin and the people who do work on members of BRASC, because it's so encouraging as somebody who isn't to get this clean bill of health. It is absolutely delightful. So no matter what the fee, it's worth every single penny to get such confidence that we are being governed and managed well. Thank you, Gavin, and thank you to the team.
Anybody else? No?
Thanks, Jack. Thank you for those comments. I should have written them all down, really. Some to take out with me. So I I'll go and sit with Gaurav at the back. When you've approved the accounts, we'll just quietly leave.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you approve them.
Yeah, we've just got a recommendation to deal with. It is a legal requirement to do our audit, but the recommendation I have is that members note the audited reports. So, are we happy to note the audited reports? Thank you.
Yeah.
And then if we behave ourselves, we're unlikely to see Gavin again. Thank you very much for your good work, Gavin, and we wish you all the best. Moving on then, we've got quite a dry set of papers this morning. Item 8 is the statement of financial accounts, including annual governance statements and letter of representation. Pete's going to introduce this.
Not dry at all, Chair. It's exciting stuff. This is the natural follow-on to the audit report. So this is the set of statements that's been audited. This has been published on our website, but hasn't been brought to a committee before. We just bring this at the point of sign-off. A couple of things I'll just draw attention to. The beginning of it is the narrative statement. That's kind of, if you like, the non-technical kind of side of the accounts that helps to just interpret the year and reflects largely what comes to FRASC in May in terms of the outturn of the management accounts. And there's been, as you've noted, no changes to the accounts, so no changes to what came to FRASC in May in terms of that outturn report. The rest of it, obviously, is a technical set of statements. I think the first thing is just to take the opportunity of a few thanks. So, first of all, to the auditors, so Gavin, Gaurav, Mary and Charlotte, who are the main 4 auditors that have worked on this with us. I always think a really good auditor relationship is absolutely vital. There are times, I'm sure, when the auditors swear about us and we swear about them, because it's an incredibly pressurised time. Actually, there's an enormous amount of work goes into an audit on both sides of the fence. And sometimes you have to recognise the pressures on both sides, both for my team, but also the auditors as well, who are under significant pressure in the audit sector right now. And I think having that respect between both parties actually is an essential part of getting to a really good audit position and a good relationship. So first of all, that thanks. And then following on from that, thanks to the team. So I get to sit here and take some of the credit here, but actually the team do 90% of the work when we produce these accounts. So Sandra and Claire in the finance team do an enormous amount of work through the audit, through the preparation of the statements. And we do work with North Yorkshire's technical finance team as well. And I did say that I'd come to IFRS 16, which is the leases, which this year has been extraordinarily complicated for local authorities to bring that on board. And we had amazing support from a guy called Nick Rayner at NYC, who provided us with some excellent advice in a really complicated bit of technical accounting, which has come through with a really clean bill of health, which I think is a fantastic result. So they're the main things I want to draw out. The report itself, the statement of accounts is on there. I'm not expecting there to be many changes beyond the ones that were recommended in the audit in terms of some minor changes to those. And there are 2 recommendations in the report because obviously we didn't know whether the pensions assurance would come through or not. As it is, we haven't had that, as you've heard already from Gavin. So it's recommendation option 2 in the paper, which is to delegate the sign-off of the papers later this week to the chair of the authority in liaison with the chair of FRASC and Tom and myself to sign that off towards the end of this week outside of the meeting, and that's subject to there being no material change from the pension insurance. If there is, we will need to bring that back in February, but as Gavin's provided sort of 99% of assurance that doesn't look like that will be a material change. So the only amendment here will be in the letter of recommendation where there is a small unadjusted misstatements section in red. We will drop the pensions assurance item into there. But other than that, it should be the same set of accounts, hopefully, and we'll have it signed off this week. So with that, I shall just open up to any questions.
Well done, Pete. Any questions? It's good work, thank you. Yeah, I think the lack of questions is testament to the quality of the work.
Yeah.
So, it will be option 2 at 7.3 on the report that we need to approve, if that's okay, and subject to there being nothing unexpected come up, then we'll sign those off as soon as the pensions are done. Were you indicating, Malcolm? Or just...
I just can propose it.
Okay. Okay, George will second that. So can we have a show of hands in favour of financial accounts? I think that is unanimous. Thank you. Thanks, George and Malcolm. That's approved. So...
Thank you very much.
Yep. Moving on. We're on to item 9, which is the business plan 6-monthly progress report, and I think Kate's going to introduce this for us. Page 92, it says on mine.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, hopefully you've all met me, but I'm Kate Clark, the Performance Management Officer for the North York Moors National Park, and also the Yorkshire Dales as well. So I just have a short presentation before we discuss the report. So there's 3 papers from me today, the third of which is the management plan paper. So just to disambiguate and ensure there's no confusion, this paper is about the strategy and business plan. This is the authority's contribution to the management plan outcomes and objectives. The management plan paper that I'll present later is, refers to the whole national park and is the partnership's progress towards those outcomes and objectives. Our strategy and business plan therefore has management plan objectives and also objectives that relate to our corporate objectives and strategy as well, so that's slightly different from the management plan. So the way the management plan is structured, that you'll see in the appendix, is that at the top we have the outcomes, we have our corporate outcome, and then below that we have our corporate outcome, and then our 6 management plan outcomes. And below that we have our objectives. These align with the management plan and our corporate strategy. And we have our 3 priority outcomes that we're working towards: climate change, nature recovery, naturist biodiverse landscape, and health and wellbeing. Below our objectives we have 5-year objectives, which refer to as delivery by 2027. For this year, I don't think we've done this previously, but because these objectives have now been with us for about 3 years, in the appendix we've provided an update on where we're getting to date with these 5-year objectives. And then below these 5-year objectives we have the milestones that we work towards annually to help us reach these objectives. The milestones are agreed in the March NPA meeting, so we'll be presenting a new set of milestones in March 2026. So this is a report on the milestones that were agreed in March 2025. So looking at all the milestones overall, 66% are on target, or they've actually met their target. 29% are behind target. For priority milestones, that's those milestones falling under the 3 priority outcomes. Again, similar proportions there. And the 5-year objectives, this is objectives to date, so it should just say, to avoid confusion, the milestones, they last 3 years, so at this point this is the 6 months progress, where we're at to after 6 months we do a year as progress in June NPA. So the 5-year objectives to date, quite high proportion, 82% target met or on target. So that's looking very promising for completing the business plan objectives when the business plan ends in 2027. And for the priorities, again, similar proportions there, so that looks pretty good. So if we split it down into each of the outcomes, so that's our organisational outcome, and then we've got our management plan outcomes here, and the P means it was the priority outcome we selected in our 5-year business plan. So most are well above 60% target met or on track to meet the target. So the only priority outcome that is slightly below is the nature-rich, more biodiverse landscape. And though it's not selected as a priority outcome, we do have these, the local plan design code. They are part of our corporate objectives as well, really, because as a planning authority, that's obviously important to us. So that's got quite a low percentage there, partly due to affordable progress on affordable housing being quite limited, but also the local plan review and design code for reasons outlined in the appendix behind schedule, though public engagement is expected on those in 2026. So just looking at the nature-rich biodiverse landscape, because that's falling a little bit, appears to be falling a little bit behind the others. So we're doing really, really well on our milestones for sustainable management of moorland and the 5-year objectives. That's going really well. Joined at habitats and restoring ecosystems, we're down a little bit. And this was because, sorry, ignore that, it's a mistake. That comes under outcome 1. But these two here, they're quite reliant on the Bransdale Conservation Management Plan and the Lincolnshire Leverton Recovery Pilot. So there's been a 3-month extension to the pilot, which is why those are falling behind. And the Bransdale Conservation Management Plan, that is expected, more progress on that is expected in 2026. So the recommendation is that members note the contents of this report and offer any comments. So I'm happy to open it up for comments.
Thanks, Kate. So I'm frantically scrolling back to the recommendation. There's a lot of stuff in the report. Okay. Steve.
I promised I was going to be quiet today. This is probably a separate conversation to have, but could you send me the details of the procurement? So I noticed in the report that you've put in environmental actions via the procurement, quote unquote, new procurement framework and policy takes into account environmental credentials of suppliers. Could you just, by email, just provide some more information about that and how we've adopted that procurement strategy, and how we're measuring those environmental values of the suppliers? Would that be okay?
Yeah, we can do that, Steve. Yeah, it's a historical milestone that relates back to a couple of years ago where we changed some of our internal procurement guidance to staff. But Pete, we can pick that up offline.
Have we revised it since the Procurement Act in 20? So it came out in March.
Not since the Procurement Act.
So they've changed the criteria of spending from economically advantageous to just advantageous. So we have more power to restrict our environmental values. Yeah.
So thanks for flagging that up. We'll pick that up and see. I mean, there's a balance of value for money and what you get, isn't there? And it's always good to revisit those things. Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there's a huge amount of information in this report. It's really, really useful from that point of view. I'd just like to ask a kind of more general one, which is related to the fire, which obviously is going to affect the things that we do and also the things that we don't do. I noticed one of the sustainability ones about moorland and things are still at 100%, and I'm thinking, how is that 100% when we've had this huge, huge problem, as it were, huge issue? But it's also about, I mean, we were hearing, how there's been a huge effort to get the footpaths open and all that sort of thing. That, to some extent, that must have a knock-on effect on other things, but it's more the general question I'm asking about to what extent are we divert? Is it necessary to divert resources? To what extent does it mean that some of the things we had intended to do may not get done? And we need to be prepared for that, particularly as this is, the long-term document looking over 2 or 3 years. I did have a brief word with Tom, so I'm not necessarily expecting a detailed answer from you. But I'm not expecting, this number is going to change to that because of. I'm not asking that sort of question, but it's just how is the organisation coping? And just in advance for Pete, I mean, we're talking about getting lots of money in, hopefully, to tackle this. And presumably that will have some sort of knock-on effect on, longer term strategy, or will it? So I'll say that question, but I'll just alert you to it.
So I'll probably start in response to that question, Malcolm, then bring officers in to give a bit more of a flavour. So it's clearly had an impact on our organisational bandwidth since the end of August, and particularly since we've moved into a recovery phase where we're leading a programme of work, a cell that's focused on the restoration of both the habitats in the landscape, but also dealing with rights of way and the associated access issues. I'd say from where I stand, the main implications have been around our project management and our fundraising resource that has been heavily focused on managing and overseeing the recovery work that we've been coordinating on behalf of stakeholders, part of that multi-agency effort, and also looking for funding to ultimately pay for restoration costs. Some implications in relation to Coast National Trail affected by the fire at the northern end of the site, and there'll be some legacy issues as a consequence of that, and some initial impacts on a bit of organisational bandwidth around climate change, although I don't think that those will be significant in terms of our ability to deliver milestones that are set out in the business plan report. Perhaps I'll bring Bryony and Joel to offer any kind of further remarks, just to give members a bit of a flavour for what we think it means.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So yeah, as Tom mentioned, in terms of actually delivering our objectives in the management plan, we can do a lot of what we're doing in terms of fire recovery to help deliver our management plan objectives anyway. So, for example, some of our peatland restoration work has been accelerated by the fire. So we've got objectives in there around peat restoration and as part of our climate change objectives. And some of the landowners that have been affected by the fire have now said, actually, we do want, we've done some restoration plans a couple of years ago, and they've been kind of sitting on the shelf really because the landowners weren't particularly interested in engaging with us at that point, but that's now accelerated that. Some of our other habitat enhancements as well we can do. So within the management plan, those habitat enhancements, for example, haven't been spatially identified particularly. So it gives us an opportunity to deliver some of those objectives through the restoration work that we're doing on the fire as well. Obviously, as Tom says, we are going to be behind on some things because we have had to divert our attention. I think the other point to make, though, is that the work that we're doing on the management plan isn't all going to be delivered by us, and the work that we're doing on the fire restoration isn't either. So, for example, on those objectives around sustainable moorland management, that's not necessarily about specifically undertaking moorland management. It's about how we work with our land management community to look at how we do things differently in the future. And again, the fire's given us an opportunity to explore that with our moorland community as well. So the things that we've said that we will do in the management plan, the very specific measurable things, have been delivered, which is more around sort of the engagement that we've had with stakeholders to start those conversations about how we might do things differently in the future, and some reports and things that we've had to evidence that. So that's why that says 100%, because we have ticked those boxes. But in terms of sustainable moorland management, you're right, there's a long way to go. And the fire does give us a bit of a springboard to help with moving that forward.
From a strategy and business plan perspective for a lot of our second purpose work, the main impact has obviously been around the diversion of resources and staff resources to manage things like the closure of rights of way and their ultimate reinstatement, which of course we were able to do a couple of weeks ago. As Tom mentioned specifically, one of the major impacts has been on the work with the establishment of the Coast to Coast as a national trail, of which the deadline is the end of March. Fortunately, progress on that in our national park area have been really good, so that actually there was enough slack for us to be able to divert resources without impacting on other sections. So although there will still be a diversionary route that will be in place, it will be off the road, and we will look next year, working in conjunction with Natural England, in terms of the reinstatement of the official route to National Trail standards. I think in terms of the wider team and their delivery, where the fire has impacted is that it's come alongside quite a few other things which have really maxed out the bandwidth of the team, in particular around capital project delivery. Because as members are aware, we have the £1.5 million capital fund for this year to be spent by the end of March, of which there were a significant number of projects that would sit within my directorate. And in order to progress those, plus some other time-limited funds like the Access for All funding, we were given quite a substantial amount for that. It simply meant that other projects that we had planned to do for this year have had to either be postponed, or we will postpone them as we get to we're getting to the end of Q3, and we're going to have to be realistic about how many will be able to be achieved by the end of that period. We've got a position of fallback, so the authority isn't going to be in a position of handing money back. But equally, we've just got to be mindful of the fact that our staff, as wonderful as they are, they're not miracle workers, and there's only so much that can be delivered. And so there may well be one or two things we'd planned to do back in April, which just simply because of the cumulative impact means that we won't deliver them at the end of this year. But otherwise, we are still able to do quite a lot of the things that we have set out in the strategy and business plan.
Thanks, Joe. I think it's important that members realise that there are inevitably knock-on effects because of the fire. And some things, and not only members, but members of the public as well. It's a major thing that's affected the way that we do things and the way that we can't do some of the things that we used to do. The time scale that we'd set. And I'm amazed that it's not quite affected some of those numbers yet, the way that we have. Thanks.
So, keeping to the report as item 9, Christine and then David Jeffels. Oh, sorry, Heather. Sorry, Heather, then Christine. Sorry, Heather.
Well, following on from what Malcolm asked, because really I was thinking about the same sort of thing about. I just look. I mean, we've done an awful lot of good work here, but obviously there's a few that are underway but behind. I'm quite interested in one of them about the bid for the Arts Council, which will be in May, and apparently they were unavailable. It was unavailable, their system or something. It was down, and we're going to submit it again. I mean, that's a bit of a strange one, but I'll follow. That's one question. But anyway, it's a bit strange that to May 2025, are they had a bit of a hit on their website, or why would have they just all gone on holiday? All right.
This is entirely driven by the Arts Council. Their system, Grantium, has been closed for new applications for the majority of this year. They did reopen it briefly, and then there were some other problems with it, so they took it offline. So in effect, there is now a backlog of applications, and they've only just reopened it. So we will then be alongside many others that have been paused and waited. So again, we do not know when a decision will come from that, but largely that was out of our hands. We've used the time well, though, to continue to refine it.
Sort of moving briefly on to alluding to what Malcolm was saying. That, I mean, the other thing we look at, very important that you know, it's all about access. Sorry, I've lost my page now. Well, we've sort of a bit behind on styles and things like that. Is that due to the fact that, you know, is it just access is very important? Is it funding issues, or is it the fact we've been busy doing other things? Sorry, I'm trying to find where it was. It's basically about. Oh, back again, George. Off you go.
Yeah, I admit that the wording of some of those milestones, which is very precise, means that we have to declare them as being behind target, which doesn't mean that work isn't happening. But I think, as one of the commentary does make clear, we've moved our emphasis for some of this Access for All funding away from certain areas of delivery onto others, which would allow us to meet the magnitude of spend required for the extra capital that we've got in. So a lot more emphasis on surfacing than just removing styles. So we will go back to that. It won't be lost to us because the authority remains committed to removing styles on promoted routes wherever possible. We've done it across the Cleveland Way, but as we move to a more prioritised approach on rights of way, and when the new survey methodology is used in February, we should have a really good indication of where we want to make progress. So yes, we are a bit behind in the technical definition of the milestones, but there is still a lot of work that's happening.
Yeah, that's great, because obviously removal stars, it's one about well-being and great. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Probably back to Bryony on this one. I guess just picking up on some of the points highlighted around the peat restoration target seems particularly, behind, and I know you said that there's been some forward movement on that, which is great. I guess with the fire, there's a sense of a shifting baseline, though, in terms of, we're now going to be trying to get back to where we were pre the fire. And I'm also conscious that there has been some delays on the Bransdell management work and the linking Levisham work. I just wondered if you had an overall perspective on what some of the, I mean, obviously it's very challenging, but if there's specific challenges that you're facing and the likelihood that we will be able collectively to get on track with some of these targets.
Yeah, so I'll pick up Levisham and Bransdale first. So the Bransdale Conservation Management Plan is effectively completed. We just haven't published it yet. So again, similarly to Joel, because of the nature of the wording in the agreement, in the management plan, we can't tick it off as being, it's not launched. But we are actually delivering work against the management plan already, which are delivering the objectives more broadly within the management plan, particularly around habitats, and we've just secured some funding for next year to continue that work. As Kate mentioned, Lincoln Levisham is a bit behind, partly to do with the assurance process for the landscape recovery pilot programmes, partly due to other reasons as well. So it's still on track in terms of we're intending to have that development phase completed in the next financial year. It's just going to be nudged over about 3 months, assuming that the assurance process takes place as quickly as we hope it will. But that is still a risk that could be delayed further depending on other factors. We're learning a lot through that process in terms of how we're developing these long-term projects for the future. But in the grand scheme of things, that's really a minor delay. I think in terms of the fire restoration work and peat restoration, there's other complications as well. So in terms of the fire, we already had a peat restoration plan prepared for Filingdales Moor, partly delivering the remedial work from the last fire actually, but we weren't able to progress it with the landowner at the time. So we've known for a while that there's been a considerable amount of peat restoration work required in that area. Obviously this fire has exacerbated that, and we still haven't yet, for various reasons, been able to get on site and understand the full extent of that restoration work, and that's something we're intending to do in the new year. But there's also, in terms of our management plan targets as well, we've had the new peat map that's been produced by Natural England. So we know that the extent of our deep peat is actually much bigger than what was originally estimated in the management plan in the first place. So we know that there's an awful lot more work to do on peat restoration. We have been successful in securing an additional year's worth of funding from the Nature for Climate Fund for peat restoration. So we will continue with that work in the new year, prioritising the Filingdales recovery work, but looking at other opportunities for peat restoration as well, which we've already identified around Glaisdale and Baysdale, for example. But there is other funding we've got available for peat restoration work through the Bulby Section 106 funds. So we are looking at other opportunities as well. And we've also been successful in securing York and North Yorkshire Combined Authority funding for their Carbon Challenge Fund to look at shallow peat restoration as well. So we know that there's an awful lot left to do. And we know that we've got to, secure funding to do that. But the biggest thing is getting the landowners on board. So we've got project officers who are working on that as well. And we are seeing, actually, as time moves on, And I think as a result of some of these significant events that actually landowners are realising that there is more that they can do. And if we're willing to support them financially, they're more keen to get on board.
Just as follow up on that, you mentioned that the Natural England peat map, that now that we've got more peat, deep peat than what had been thought. You've probably said this in some other form and I've forgotten, but how much more? Is it significant?
It's about 21,000 hectares now.
Versus?
Versus, I think it was just under 6,000 hectares.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's a quite a big shift then. Yeah, great. That's thank you.
So I come to on the deep peat. That's using the assessment of deep peat at 400 millimetres.
Yeah, that's deep peat is peat of 40 centimetres depth or more.
Yeah.
So
that's fine.
currently,
No, it had that the definitions changed, but for this purpose.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
They haven't changed the depths. It's they've redone the peat. Natural England have redone the peat map. Yeah.
Okay, so
with different technology.
Yes.
I've got David Jeffels, then Steve Mason. Come on, David.
Thank you, Chair. My question regards the heritage buildings. Mentioned here that 41 are at risk. What's the chances of getting some more funding from whatever sources to carry out improvements to the worst affected, or most seriously affected buildings at risk, whether locally or from a national source?
No, I'm Chris. I don't know whether you're able to offer a view on funding for heritage at risk assets on behalf of Annabelle.
Yeah, I'll do my best, Chair. Thank you. So we do have a target for removing buildings at risk every year, which is a small target, but it depends on the risk actually, because some buildings at risk we can deal with because there's a need for enforcement action, for example. So it's not really all about spending funding on them. I'm not totally au fait with the availability of national funding for that. I suspect that's pretty poor. But obviously we do have the Section 106 grants that we spend regularly on an annual basis, and we can actually demonstrate that at one of the planning committees where we've got wonderful photographs of before and after shots of that money being really well spent and bringing those heritage buildings up to scratch, particularly with the Bilby one in the Staithes area. There's some marvellous examples of what's been done there.
Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Anybody else with questions for this? But we're kind of straying into the priorities as well, but when we get there, it'll all become clear. So the recommendation for this one is that members note the contents of the report and offer comments, which I think we've done. Thank you for that, Kate. So on to the priorities for next time. Item 10.
Every year we set priorities for the year ahead, which would be the March, the year starting April 2026. And we do this at December NPA as a kind of a first look at the milestones we'll be going to add to our business plan for next year. So we have a 5-year strategy and business plan, which we've just reviewed 6 months progress on, which was approved in 2022. So the priorities have a strategic context, which links into our strategy and business plan. So our strategy is to, as an organisation, grow our work, becoming by becoming more project based. We have 4 pillars supporting that strategy, which is linked to the business plan and one links to the management plan. So strengthening partnerships is one of the pillars, and that links to the management plan as well as our works and authority in the business plan. Raising our profile, investing in our people and property and customer service. And we also have our priority outcomes for our business plan, which is climate change, nature recovery and health and well-being. So in the when we look at our priorities for setting for next year for our milestones, we will look for actions under climate change, nature recovery, health and well-being, and also our corporate objectives, raising profile, investing in people and property, customer service, etc. So that's the strategic context for the priorities. That's the framework in which they sit under, which hopefully explains the headings that you see in the report. So this is a very, there's more detail in the report, but this is the brief sort of headlines for the proposed priorities for 26-27. So under climate change, we want to increase woodland cover, want to undertake shallow peat restoration, we want to implement our decarbonisation plan and climate action plan. Under nature recovery, we have Farring Dales Moor restoration, so you will see milestones on that. Linking Levisham delivery phase, progress into that, and delivery of the local nature recovery strategy. Under health and wellbeing, we've got the conclusion of the community champions project, where we'll hope to embed learning and practices. Extension to the Green Social Prescribing Project, a new volunteer strategy, and a national park-wide evaluation of social return on investment. So we last did these in, I think, around 2018, and we would like to do another one. And I think the ones that we did previously were quite specific, but we would like to do a more park-wide social return on investment. And for corporate, for our corporate side of things, we want to update the local plan and complete the design code. Want to look at future office accommodation, and also our national park management plan is upcoming for review. The park management plan has the same time span as the business plan, so it will be coming to an end in 2027, so we'll be needing to start the national park management plan review process next sort of later next year. Okay, so I think that's all I had. Yeah. So yeah, the recommendation is that members note the proposed priorities and offer any comments. So happy to take any comments, questions.
Thanks, Kate. Any questions from members? Janet.
Thank you very much, and thank you for a clear outline. It's a question, and my question is, how do we pick up what we haven't done before we start talking about what we're going to do? So we either look at 6 months and say we've achieved 60% of what we said we were going to do, or 5 years and say we've achieved 80% of what we're going to do, which is good stuff. But we ignore that we haven't done it. And then we talk about what we're going to do next. So I'm just wondering how we, before we get ever so excited about these, because I recognise them all and don't disagree with any, that's the first thing to say. But secondly, it's just making sure that we don't get overexcited about new and forget what we haven't done, or are we just forgetting that we haven't done it? And I look at something about the design code, and that's consultation in June 2024, and it's linked to so many other things. You think, well, just a bit. How do we make sure or do we formally drop them and say, nobody would achieve 100% of the time, and it's great to be ambitious. Let me say that. So I'm just hankering after the full stop at the end. so we're not going to do them then, or are we? So sorry if it's an awkward question. It's just I don't want to.
It is an awkward question, so I'll go to Tom.
Well, it's a question.
Yeah, so just throw the hospital pass in my direction. No, it's not. It's a really good question. And the whole purpose of bringing a 6-month review of business plan milestones is so you can see transparently what you've agreed as a group of members that we say we will do, and where we've got to. We deliberately set five-year objectives and milestones. So that part of the answer is that we haven't got on to doing it yet. Or it's work in progress that we expect to conclude in the next financial year. We are victims of circumstances sometimes. So the design code is a really good case in point. Were it not for I suppose the fact we don't have limitless resources, plus the fact that because of the changing around local plans and planning policy, we actually have to prioritise the development of a local plan before we can do the design code. So even though we've done an awful lot of work, none of which will be wasted, by the way, on the design code, we've got to do the local plan review first. So we've had to just recalibrate and reprioritise. And you'll see that with a couple of other areas where circumstances have changed. Circumstances may change not just because of policy, but also because of funding that's available. We don't chase the money for the sake of chasing money. We're always really purposeful, but sometimes you have to bend and be flexible. So there's a little bit of recognition around that. And some things we do have to drop. We had right at the very start of this business plan cycle an objective around restoring the Rosedale ironstone kilns. We had to drop that. It just wasn't going to be possible to either get the funding or the landowner involvement to it. And rather than flog a dead horse, we just decided that it was better. With Transparency to members, we decided it wasn't appropriate for us to continue with that.
Thanks, Tom. Useful question and explanation. I've got a few people to come in. I've got Heather, then Patrick.
Yeah, just looking, I mean, basically it's on the same theme, but you can't do this alone. A lot of these things you're doing are shared things, and I'm looking at the social prescribing thing. Obviously, it's saying they're moving away from pilot methodology into mainstream offer. I mean, obviously this is to do with the EC boards and the NYMNPA thing. What's the big change? I mean, obviously it's we're part of it. I mean, are we getting some money out of this? I mean, how's it go? How's it change? I mean, we talk about it on scrutiny of health, and we talk about it all the time. I just like to think that they're actually doing something instead of just talking about it, which we seem to do a lot of. Not the health scrutiny, but the people delivering it. You again, Joel.
Yes, so in terms of the pilot scheme, which was devised with the Yorkshire Dales and the RSPB, the aim was always to use that as a springboard to scale it up. And the challenge with anything like this is producing robust evidence that commissioners and other funders will see as valid. And in particular in the health world, that is always an extra challenge. Fortunately, the way we've positioned our work around social prescribing, it got the attention of the Mayor, and he has provided through the route of the trust, which we're going to hear about shortly, for protected landscapes, including ourselves, an opportunity to have £100,000 worth of green social prescribing funding to effectively help not just scale it up, but equally continue to build that evidence base. I'm very conscious that's just a stepping stone, and that's not in itself is not just going to result in the major sort of shift and the systemic change that we want to see. But the continuing building of the evidence to make the case is absolutely key, especially with an organisation like the NHS, which has got huge amounts of resources and often talks a really good game about prevention, but ultimately a lot of their resource ends up going right the way downstream with things like primary care and accident and emergency, and that's very important. So for us, it's about continuing to build that coalition of the willing, and certainly by drawing in the remaining two protected landscapes in this area, that's helped us immensely. Working with the Mayor and his convening power across York and North Yorkshire is helping us. So these are all tactical things that hopefully along the way will result in further resources being obtained. And so we're going to continue with that strategy into next year, and prioritise it, which is why it's up here as one of the priorities for this area.
Thanks, Joel. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, we all believe that here. Patrick James.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just I'm looking at the list on nature recovery and thinking about the previous item where we were a bit undercooked on our targets with nature the linking Levisham delivery phase, how reliant, it says that and landscape scale nature recovery, I'm all in favour of that. Linking Levisham is subject, however, the delivery is subject to the confirmation of a grant from DEFRA. How confident are we of that grant, and do you know roughly when that might be confirmed?
I mean, obviously, there's no guarantee of a grant. We're hoping that if the timeline progresses as we're expecting it to, that we would get a decision late next year about whether or not we progress into delivery phase, so around October time next year, we think. It's landscape recovery is a mechanism by which we can undertake a whole range of work in Levisham, but it's not the only source of funding available. And if we're not successful with that, for whatever reason, it might be that it's not, we don't feel it's appropriate, we can't get the partnership established in the way that we want it to. There are other mechanisms by which we can deliver that work, and other grant funds that we can apply for, and other funding that we already have within the authority through Section 106 to deliver some of the outcomes of that work. So it would be great if we could, because it would be demonstrating, the highest tier of environmental land management in the national park. It would be really good to be able to showcase that amongst our other land managing community. But if it's not successful, then it's not, the work isn't wasted. We'll do it in a different way.
Thank you, Barney. Timeline. So you think you'd know by October 26th?
Yeah, on the funding side, I hope there will be clarity by the end of March, as there will be right the way across DEFRA's food farming and countryside policy programmes and elements. As Brian said, landscape recovery in its narrowest sense is the highest tier of elements. And in the environmental improvement plan a couple of weeks ago, DEFRA committed 500 million to the round one pilot projects, subject to approval of implementation agreements. What we're not clear on is what the available envelope will be for round two projects and subsequent, if indeed the subsequent rounds of landscape recovery are open. But I think I'd hope at the very least we got a sense of the overall quantum by the end of March. It's not guaranteed though. Brian is absolutely right. There's no guarantees over this. We've seen quite short-term changes with things like SFI and countryside stewardship plus, so it's quite possible that we won't hear until longer.
Thank you very much. And you don't have to comment, but I hope you raised it with the permanent secretary. But I'll leave you with that when he visited.
Good points made. John Raper. Sorry, John Ritchie.
Thanks, Chair. A similar question to the one Heather raised. It's about social prescribing, and we've helped to deliver training across the primary care network. I'm just wondering what mechanisms we had in place to ensure the effectiveness of that training.
So part of that 100,000, roughly just under 10%, is being spent on evaluation of the efficacy of the methods. Obviously, the main engagement is through primary care networks, and in particular GP surgeries, but not just GPs, but often social prescribers or others within practices, plus other convening spaces where relevant, like, for example, we're doing quite a bit with some of the Army health infrastructure in relation to Catterick Garrison, which links to both Yorkshire Dales and to us as well in terms of some of the work they're doing in that space. But the evaluation is deliberately designed to provide that evidence base as part of that. So that's how that will be assessed, in particular on the terms of the project. I mean, so far there is increasing evidence in this area nationally from institutions like the National Academy of Social Prescribing, which is really helpful in giving practitioners and deliverers a lot more confidence, but also commissioners as well, that this is money well spent and invested in terms of social prescribing. It's not just a nice day out, but it does have therapeutic value for both mental and physical well-being.
Thanks, Joel. Steve Mason?
Thanks. It's just more of an observation, really. I think the work you're doing there on some of the social value aspects is really quite important. It takes you back to the procurement question, how we identify that. I mean, one example, I was speaking to the NHS social value lead, and we were talking about some work that North Yorkshire Council did on a certain road. It's on a certain road, which saved the NHS £5 million, but the council didn't manage to recoup the £1 million they spent. And that's kind of where I'm sort of thinking on the social value aspects of it. And I know there's conversations at North Yorkshire level on this as well. How do we try and capture that? But I did notice with the environmental outcomes, there's a lot of baselines that aren't there that we can measure by. And it sounds like the evidence base that you're building is just to try and provide those baselines so we can really start measuring the targets properly. Is that right?
To some extent, yes, and in particular, if we want to talk about it in the context of North York Moors, either people who visit from elsewhere, or also in terms of our residents, we don't have that degree of sensitivity. The main piece of work that we've had that is bespoke is now about 7 years old, relates to a University of York study around social return on investment. And that's one of the reasons why, again, we want to go back to that. And you'll see that as one of the bottom priority under health and wellbeing is return to that national park specific way of evidencing our value in this area. So the specific work that the evaluators in green social prescribing will do will connect into that. This is definitely all about trying to build not just baselines, but also show the importance of demonstrating our value in terms of the practice and how we go about it.
Thanks. I suppose it's better to declare an interest here, Chair, that I'm currently studying at York Masters on delivering social value into the public sector taxpayer spend. So maybe we could pick this up separately on this, because this is very interesting stuff, and it's a lot more positive than what I'm hearing from a lot of the local authorities, for instance.
Well, I'm sure we'll have continued scrutiny, and I welcome our new members' interest in this area and look forward to those conversations.
Okay, thanks very much. And again, I totally agree. You know, being engaging is really important, but we have to have evidence. As a national park, we are based in long-term evidence, and social return on investment is what Cabinet Office use to decide whether the softer issues are value for money or not. And so, if we can use the same process, then that gives us some comparity to other departments, and hopefully it'll renew a start that we made. It'll help us to decide the things that we should be doing and the things that maybe we shouldn't be doing if they give the highest return in value, which is exactly what the business plan is. You know, it's deciding the things that we should be doing and also the things that we shouldn't be doing. Are there any more questions for Kate on this one? So, as I understand it, we're talking about Janet's point about the stuff that gets dropped off, and inevitably, you know, if you're a complete slave to the black and white of your business plan, then you may not do the things that need to be doing. If you don't have some things to focus on so you can demonstrate delivery and value, then also. So there's always going to be a little bit of that in between, and there will be things which seem like a good idea or which are taken away from us for reasons beyond our control. It's important that we pick that up and add in the new things, as we've discussed, like the challenge of the Fylingdale fire, the social prescribing we've been talking about. That, I understand, comes in March, does it? And so at the moment we're getting fair warning as to what we're thinking about, and it will come into March.
Yes, that's correct. Well, in March we will present the milestones for next year, for 2026-27, and then in June we have a report on the 1 year of the business plan of this year's business plan. If anything in this year that does get cancelled or delayed, well, if it's delayed but we're still working on it, it should be carried on in the milestones for next year. And if it's cancelled, it will be marked as such in the business plan annual report.
Thanks for that. So this, as Tom says, is fair warning and to look into how we're doing, and we'll finalise this in March. The recommendation is that members note the proposed business plan milestones, priorities for 26-27, and offer any comments. And we've certainly offered a nice few comments. So are we happy to note that?
Yes.
Great. It's 11 o'clock. Do you want to have a comfort break, or do you want to take one more? I think we just have 5 minutes now, shall we? Is that okay? Okay, members. If we could reconvene, please. I noticed I never have used the gavel since I've been here, and I notice now that they don't even give it to me. Yeah. Yeah.
Shush.
Could we get back to it, please, members? Thank you. Thanks. So, just keeping it, because although the papers go, I know there's quite a lot of stuff on the agenda which will take us some time, and I don't want us to peak too soon, so to speak, so we need to get through this. So, at 11, it is the National Park Management Plan Annual Monitoring Statement. It's still Kate.
Thank you. Okay, so the National Park Management Plan is our statutory document as a national park. It lasts for 5 years. It was approved in 2022. It's due for renewal in 2027. It's a wider document than the business plan. We do contribute to it through the objectives in our strategy and business plan. But the management plan is for a wider partnership, so it's not just the authority, it's our partners and stakeholders. So we have a partnership delivery group, which is a kind of focus group of partners who will help deliver the aims and objectives of the management plan. And we have our wider group of stakeholders. So members will have seen that there is the 2025 Stakeholder Forum report attached to this paper. So every year the authority arranges an annual forum for the stakeholders with a focus this year. I think it was on communities and housing. And then a recent addition to the management plan sort of landscape is the Protected Landscape Targets and Outcomes Framework, which we variously refer to as PLOT-OFF or PLT-OFF. It's not an easy acronym. This was brought in the last couple of years by the previous government, and it's a framework for for measuring national parks' contributions to the environmental improvement plan. So we have 10 PLT-OFF targets that link to outcomes in the environmental improvement plan, and we get data every year now from Natural England to measure our progress against these, and we're asked to link these into our for those parts with a new management plan that coincided with PLT-OFF, the targets have been embedded in their management plans. Because ours is still going on until 2027, we have just been asked to attach it to our management plan and the report on our progress against these targets within the management plan. So you'll see in the appendix, you'll have seen, as well as the targets we have set ourselves in the delivery and monitoring plan to assess our delivery of the management plan, there are these national targets added in as well, and a commentary on those. So every year we bring together the data from ourselves and partners and the Protected Landscapes Targets and Outcomes Framework, and put that together in an annual monitoring statement, which the authority writes and brings to committee in December, as we're doing now, and subject to approval of that statement by members, we'll publish that on our website. So it's publicly available to see how we and our partners are progressing towards our management plan outcomes and objectives. So this year overall, quite similar to the management to the business plan. Really, we're looking at about 63% on track towards our management plan objectives, and then it's broken down here by outcome. So we're doing well on how we so our measures for heritage, remoteness and tranquility and supporting a low carbon economy show that we're on track for those. And then there's good progress being made with health and wellbeing and the nature-rich biodiverse landscape, and then areas which are challenging, the thriving local communities and climate change and nature recovery. So that's a list of what's what's on target at the moment, and then behind target. So yeah, woodland creation, peat habitats. Probably not surprising. Achieving good ecological status for water bodies is we're not very near. Though we don't, just to point on that, we don't get annual data. So I think it's about every 3 years we get data on that. Wild and more naturally functioning ecosystems, health and wellbeing. There's a lot of activity and a lot of very good and successful activity. Our youth involvement in volunteering is not at the 30%. It's not the 30% where we'd like it to be. Inspire, and then so that sort of links to inspiring the next generation as well. Increasing affordable housing, low cost, low carbon housing, and objectives around resilient communities as well, so behind target. So just to talk a bit more about plot off. So you'll have seen in the appendix that we've brought in the plot off targets to the management plan annual monitoring statement. And as I've said, there are 10 targets linking to the EIP goals. We are receiving data now regularly and annually from Natural England. This only happened in the last two years. A number of the data sets are still a work in progress. They're not the complete article, and the data will, I think there will be a significant period of the data being re-evaluated and being added to as well. So we may see some changes, quite significant changes in the data over the next few years. The methodology may well improve, and then also there may be an increasing range of sources that they can draw on. We've published the performance just against those 10 targets on our website. Just search PLT off using the search function on our website and you'll find it. So how are we doing against, based on the current available data, so we look to be on track for SSI targets. We have seen quite a marked increase from last year to this year. So, I mean, if that sort of increase is sustained, we may hit those targets. So we're at 20% for 60, where for SSI actions on track in 2028. So yeah, if the current rate of increase is sustained, that we may hit that target. But yeah, again, I would be interested to see what the number is we get for next year. That will give us much more of an accurate picture, I think. Reducing our net greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050, but based on the current data from the Department of Energy, I can never remember the acronym, DESNES. Yeah. We get data on greenhouse gas emissions for national parks, which is cut to national park boundaries. There are caveats with that data, which is that they can only cut 3 of the greenhouse gases to national park boundaries. They can't cut the rest. So it. And also it's territorial emissions, it's not consumption based, so there's arguments around that. But based on the trend that we've seen since 2005, which is the date that the data goes back to for national parks, we would, if the current trend is maintained, we would potentially reach net zero in 2036. However, again, in the next couple of years, I think they'll be quite informative, because obviously there's it could be that that trend is due to decarbonisation purely of the electricity grid, and after that is achieved as far as possible, it may be more difficult for other areas to decarbonise. So although we have a much tighter peak target for our management plan, for Plot It Off, the peak restoration targets run until 2050. And the way Natural England are currently measuring it is areas of restoration, peak restoration committed under government grant schemes, for which we have 1,800 hectares of 5,683 hectares, which is what we pledged under Plot Off to restore. So 3 of the targets, including the peat and the national parks are pledged to a certain amount each, which, when you put it all together, exceeds what, I think in most cases, exceeds what we should be doing. So that our share of that is 5,683 hectares. So when we look at what appears to be behind target, so target 1 is restore 250,000 hectares of wildlife-rich habitats outside protected sites by 2042. Now, this is another target that's shared between parks and the rest of the protected land and the national landscapes as well. So current data shows that we've only created just under 80 hectares. But when you dig into the data set, the current data set from Natural England is from a limited number of DEFRA schemes only, so it will not include HLF funded schemes. We did meet with the Protected Landscapes Partnerships. They are looking to find ways that they can sort of cast their net wider with these schemes, but I think we're looking at possibly years down the line before we get a more accurate, more sort of all-encompassing picture of the work that the parks carry out from a variety of funding sources. And then increasing tree canopy and woodland cover by 3% of total land area by 2050. Again, that's another apportioned target between the protected landscapes. The difference between this year and last year was only 8.3 hectares when we know we've been planting trees. You can see in the management plan we've been planting trees. Reasons for this are so the data set from Natural England is based on satellite imagery, so that is metres of resolution, and may not, I think in all likelihood, won't pick up newly planted trees. They won't be, they won't have sufficient canopy to be picked up on a satellite image. There's work, I don't know if members are aware of the Landscape Observatory, but this is a project that the Peak District are jointly running with the university to use aerial photography to estimate tree cover. This has centimetres of resolution, I think it's like 12.5 centimetres. Well, they hope it, and using AI, they hope it will be better able to provide a more detailed and accurate map of features like tree cover. I think that, and this will give us an accurate baseline. So, I mean, in summary, it's currently quite difficult to determine progress it's currently quite difficult to measure of tree cover that encompasses everything that the authority and its partners do towards this, and it's likely that newly planted trees may be missed off us. And then decreasing the number of nationally designated heritage assets at risk. So according to Natural England's figures, and it's important to note here that this is only grade 1 and grade 2 star listed buildings and scheduled monuments. Grade 2 listed buildings are not included in this indicator. So you'll see I've seen in the business plan we do make progress against removing grade 2 listed buildings from the at-risk register, but this plot of target is strictly for grade, when it comes to listed buildings, grade 1 and 2 star. And then there's a few indicators where we don't have any data yet. It's expected in 2026, so that's favourable management, priority habitat outside SSSIs, ensuring at least a percentage of land managers opt nature-friendly farming, and we don't have any information on the accessibility indicators yet. These are still under development. So that's my overview of the management plan. Obviously, there's more detail in the paper in the appendix, which includes the stakeholder forum report. So yeah, happy to take any comments.
Thank you, Kate. So just slightly confusing, but we have our own management plan with our own targets, which we're measuring, and then the Protected Landscapes Partnership for DEFRA came up with their own 10 targets, which, although they mesh with ours, they don't exactly mesh with ours. And I think that's what this slide is, isn't it? So when we come on to review the management plan, we'll be able to align our targets easier, although I have to say, you know, the targets that we choose are probably the most useful ones for us. But it's important to be able to prove to DEFRA that we're delivering. So if it's slightly confusing, that's where it is. Are there any questions? Michelle?
My question, I think, has come up actually in every report we sort of had around milestones today. It's around this issue of affordable housing. But I was particularly interested in the presentation and the forum from the 16th of September, which I think was good that we did it. But one thing that struck me was it said the reasons why we can't do this is community opposition, stigma of affordable housing, and a shortage of local champions. Now, my experience, that tends to be whether you're in a national park or outside a national park. I'm unclear as to why that is stopping us implementing an objective. I'd like to understand, is that a legal objective? Is there a thing in planning law? Because I'm not aware of it. Because it seems to me, I suppose if somebody could explain to me, because I am concerned that we are allowing people who own their own homes to decide whether or not there should be homes, and we are not. We need to be stronger about this. But I'd appreciate an answer, and maybe then come back on that. Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Chair. It's a difficult one, and the forum in September identified probably about 15 challenges and obstacles to delivery of affordable housing. One of them was the complicated picture within a national park, where this, although it's obviously one of our management plan policies, we're just the local, I say just the local planning authority, but we don't have a housing responsibility. It's not part of statutory national park purposes, so we've got to work with all the others, the North Yorkshire Council in particular, and more latterly the combined authority, where the funding and the responsibility for housing regionally is shifting towards. But yeah, I think all the bodies in that room identified commonly the difficulties with existing local communities in accepting new affordable housing, with the stigma that's attached to that. Now, I just think that's been an issue for delaying. There's never been a case that I can recall where we've had an application for affordable housing with a housing association meeting a housing need, and we've had substantial objection that we've refused. We've actually gone along and approved it because that housing was meeting an identified need and it was on an acceptable site. But there have been occasions when we're working with parish councils with the Rural Housing Enabler, and that parish council has been less than favourable. And I can think in the last 2 or 3 years, at least 3 communities where the parish council has said, we don't want this housing here. We don't believe there's a need. And instead of fighting that, we've just gone on to the next parish council that is more favourable. So it's about a delay rather than an outright, we're not going to approve something because of local objections not based on planning grounds.
Firstly, I'm a parish councillor as well. I have no legal right in law to dictate to another authority, particularly a planning authority, as to what housing is required in an area. I have no expertise, I have no knowledge, I simply would not be deemed by the planning inspector as a valid objector on that basis, because I simply wouldn't. We shouldn't even be having yes, we should have conversations, But if I read this report, we aren't even getting, certainly earlier on it said we're having various meetings and we're still not at a point of even getting planning applications in. And we should not be walking away from sites. I'm sorry, we are not delivering these houses on the basis that it might upset somebody. Building houses upsets people. It upsets people near me, it upsets people that I represent. But that has never been a reason for a planning application not to come forward or not to be approved. And I do think we are actually losing time here on trying to get permission from institutions that have no legal power to give us that permission.
Yeah, if I just come back, Chairman, it's not, as I tried to explain, that we are losing sites. This is a very complicated picture that involves the need to have communities on board with you. And the people who own the sites are part of those communities. So quite often they'll walk away from the sites. The sites are being brought forward by landowners because they don't want to be seen to be going against the views of the local community. The wider picture is something that this authority is looking at in terms of our policies. So the park has relied on 100% role exception sites to deliver its affordable housing relatively successfully in the past. It seems to have dried up in the last 3 years. But I personally would like to look at other ways of delivering affordable housing through allocating sites, which is what was successful in Helmsley. There's an issue there about viability of land, but it's something I think we'd be really assessing in detail in the local plan review. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right, but I mean, rolling the rural housing exceptions, I take your point. I mean, to me, almost the availability of sites is almost a more important thing, and the factors into the reasons why a landowner would be willing to do that, because clearly they've got to believe there is a benefit there, and that I get. And if there isn't a willing landowner, then there isn't a site. Full stop. But I think maybe, and I do think some allocations would be helpful, and I suspect if landowners get the view that there will be allocated sites, they're probably more willing to go through that process, because then there's a confidence once that happens of the fact that that site is more likely to be delivered, in terms of you're not going through the thing. And I think that would be helpful. I'm just sort of wary that I take the point about bringing local communities with us, but it does come a point of where you can end up, you're just not going to make any progress. And that's the reality. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for those comments. It's come up, obviously, targets, but it's a matter that we'll be addressing in the local plan development party, etc. I've got several of you wanted to come in. I think it was Malcolm first, then Colin, then Steve.
Just a brief comment on that last discussion. I mean, the event that we had about the affordable housing was excellent, and there were some really good discussions going on. I must admit, there weren't all that many parish councillors there, and it was all the people that helped to deliver. And I was a bit concerned and not totally surprised when the number one was it's somebody else's problem, namely local people. I think you need to be careful of how you interpret that, because from my experience, if you go to local communities, however you wish to define them, and you don't always define them in what the view of the parish council is, and say, would you like some more housing for your local people? They will say yes. And I think the issue is how we deliver them, and as Chris explained, there are real practical problems at the moment in this system of delivering affordable housing. And as part of the local plan that we're now looking at for the future, I think this is a really tricky problem that we're going to have to pick up, and it brings in local occupancy, it brings in all sorts of things. But I think the need to, we have an objective to protect and improve our communities, strengthen our communities, and clearly that's what we ought to be doing. The issue is, what's the best practical way that we can do that, and that's a fairly big issue that we will be coming to as part of the local plan review as well.
Thanks for that. I'm sure we'll come back to this. So, Patrick, I forgot you. Sorry.
Chair, just 2 points. Firstly, as a former chairman of the management plan working group, I'd like to think that this document is proving resilient and helpful and informative. I think this is a really good summary and document. Thank you. My frustration was that last slide that's just gone off, was this new thing, the protected landscapes and outcomes framework. It's a horrible acronym. Because clearly behind target, we know that there's been far more than 8.3 hectares of woodland planted in the national park. Much, much more than that. So who's come up, let's take that example, who's stated it's 8.3 and why haven't we said actually it's far more? Because in earlier documents, even today, we show that we've planted a lot of trees in the national park. I just find it a bit frustrating.
Yeah, so the I think the trees it comes from the National Forestry Inventory, and then Natural England take that and provide the data for national parks, and that's comparing the data we have from 2022 to 2023. Yeah, there isn't much we can do about it immediately. We, as the national 10 national English national parks, have a performance management officers group, which is led by one of the chief executives, and we are hoping to establish communications with DEFRA on PLTOF and what it means.
Okay, Tom, just before we go on, can I have a follow-up point? So, are there any consequences if I'm a DEFRA civil servant sitting in London? I'm looking at these targets and I see North York Moors. Really, they've only planted 8 hectares of woodland. They're not doing very well. So, is there a consequence to this? Because I think we should be fighting our corner.
Yeah, not immediately. There isn't a consequence, and I think it's accepted that for some of those data points, the data is partial. However, government, the previous government, and indeed this government have made, I think, quite a clear commitment that they ultimately want their wider delivery landscape, which includes national park authorities, to play their part in contributing towards the delivery of national policy. It remains to be seen whether the rewrite of the EIP changes the PLTOF. I don't think it necessarily will do, but that's why we and Natural England are measuring that. We also have a direct line of conversation with DEFRA and Natural England. There is a group. I used to sit on it. I've stepped away from that because of some of my other national responsibilities. But through Kate's sidekick in the Yorkshire Dales and Gary Smith and my colleague in Exmoor, we have an opportunity to influence government thinking. But it does depend, of course, on making sure that the data that's available from other sources is equally robust and can be collated in a consistent and methodologically robust way as well. And at the moment, the data that Natural England is able to draw on is based on the National Forestry Inventory, which measures tree canopy and woodland cover, not trees planted. So it's measuring 2 different things as well.
So no, then I'm lost. I think it was Colin, then Steve. Malcolm's room. Go on, Colin.
2 points, Chair, if I can. The first one was the 250,000 hectares of wildlife-rich habitat. Does that mean the bird seed, the planting, the herbal layers we're planting, is that wildlife-rich habitat going forward? I'll let you answer that one first if I can come back with the next one.
I'm not sure I have enough expertise to answer that. What I can say is that the PLTOF data is based on funding schemes, and it's a limited number of DEFRA funding schemes. So that's the criteria that they've used there. I don't think we have our own measure of that at present. No.
No, it was just, I mean, local estate next to us has planted more of that this last year than what's actually published up there. It's same as Patrick said about the tree area as well. Just going on from that, I know Michelle brought up the housing need, affordable housing. We've had a housing needs survey which we had to go forward with for an area of land to put affordable housing on. Now, there was 27 respondents to that housing need. The housing officer came up this last week and said, we've had all these responses, but there's only 4 that we can put forward for the housing needs survey. Now, as far as I could see, you know, what was she doing? I mean, nationally, we need more houses. North Yorkshire needs more houses, but yet the housing officer from North Yorkshire doesn't want houses. And the land's there, it's available, but for 4 houses, it certainly won't be. What do we have to do, Chris, to go forward?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We'll look in detail at that housing needs survey for Gromont. I know there were.
So, Chris, your microphone's gone off.
Sorry, I think it's because a lot of the responses were from people not in housing need in that area, but had moved away and wanted to come back and were already living in their own purchased houses, so they didn't actually meet the affordable housing need in that parish. I think that's what it was supposed mostly about, that excessive need rather than need generated within the parish. But certainly we'll look at that in detail. 4 does sound a bit low number to me for a parish like that, but I don't think the rural housing enablers, I don't think it's right to say they don't want houses. They really do. But it's just making sure that the numbers of houses, the size of houses, and the tenure matches the need currently in that parish. And it's not an exact science; it's just a snapshot of the community need at that time. And so we'll look at that. And we are supposed to be able to provide housing for example, young people who've gone away and can't afford to come back. But I think in this case, it's about the fact that they can afford to meet their own housing needs. But we'll look in more detail certainly.
Am I right in saying there's a fundamental difference between a rural housing enabler site where you do the survey and an allocated site where you have it in your local plan, which may well overcome that problem?
And we're going to catch that stuff up in the local plan review. Thank you. So I got Steve Mason.
I was going to come back on the point that Colin made about the nature, the wildlife-rich habitat.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were back on the affordable housing.
So as Kate rightly said, the criteria for recording this for plot off is very specific, but we do keep a record of all of those other schemes that we're implementing. So all of those turtle dove projects, for example, the Grubs Up project and other conservation schemes, in case the criteria might change in the future, so that we can add that in. So there'll be kind of layers of information. So there'll be what we can report through plot off through their criteria, but we will have other measures for our own data of activity that we've undertaken as well, that we feel contributes to that target, even though it currently doesn't under the existing scheme.
Thanks, Bernie. Sorry about that. Go on, Steve.
So you segued perfectly into my question. So the EIP, as I understand it, reinforces the framework rather than changes it. Maybe it's a question for you, Tom, on this one, but I'm looking at this as an opportunity to bid for money, but the criteria doesn't restrict it, so they're not going to use it as a penalising input. So this is a real opportunity for us to get more money out of DEFRA, to say we want to set the. Hang on, let me frame this in a certain way, because obviously there's the grant funding coming in April, and other authorities will be in a different place with more aligned frameworks, if you like. Is this an opportunity for us to actually say to DEFRA, look, we are one of the most significant ones in the country, let's align ourselves properly and represent that in a bid for more money out of them? And also, the other question was do we actually have some of the capacity within the corporation to deliver some of these mandated changes now? Or do we need to look at how we meet those challenges as well?
Yeah, look, they're both. The second's a good question. The first is I think a fair observation that the EIP essentially tightens an existing set overlapping targets, outcomes, legislative goals, etc., etc. But I don't think fundamentally changes PL's off. There will be some. I think there will be some iteration to this. The last one, number 9 in particular, is really hard to measure, and not the way it's done at the moment. Not particularly objective or reflecting of the place as opposed to the individual organisation. So I think there will be some changes, but absolutely, strategically, we and the other national park authorities need to and will align our kind of focus around demonstrating our ability to enable government to achieve those targets within the IP. Absolutely. Whether that will convert into hard cash is another matter. But definitely, if we want to demonstrate our worth and value and make a case, for example, playing a stronger role in the delivery of ELMS, yes. So, to my mind, the changes in the EIP, in particular, positioning protected landscapes as part of the kind of enabling delivery framework and getting us right up there within the first goal of the EIP around restored nature, they're really, really important things and really positive to see in terms of some of the shift within government. On the, I think on the second point, it's not just about us. It's one of my key mantras across the organisation. We own a tiny amount of land in the national park, and the ability to deliver these targets depends on farmers and landowners primarily. So it's part of our job and responsibility, working with other partners like Natural England, to harness those farmers, as Jim calls them, as partners in aspiration, using the tools that are available to us and public policy, notably the sort of framework of incentives through ELMS, countryside stewardship, peat restoration, Nature for Climate Fund, as Brian mentioned earlier, UCO and various other kind of funding streams, and make sure they're all working in pursuit of that.
And I think it's, sorry, Chair, it comes back to my point around going back to the supply chain and procurement. And we talk about accessibility and engagement. It is how we procure our services into the park with volunteering via the companies, for instance. Those sort of things can actually open a change of conversation, build those partnerships, if you like, as well. So aligning some of the PLTOF along with our procurement policies, for instance, kind of makes sense, and that's what I'd like to. I know national government just aren't aligning these policies together well enough. I think, and there needs to be more work.
Yeah, it sounds like a more detailed conversation on procurement is due. We still have a responsibility to be a best value authority and ensure that we seek best value, but we're definitely keen to ensure that when we procure goods and services, we do so in a way that's environmentally sustainable and responsible. So I think that's a key point.
Okay, members. I think, and Tom said the point, just to comment that we're getting a little bit distracted by the national framework when really the important stuff is what we've delivered against the objectives that we set ourselves. I'll just make that point. The second point is that this is the stuff that should be delivered by others. Our business plan that we've just looked at is what we're going to do about the management plan as an authority. This is what our partners and other people should be doing. And the strengthened duty for national parks that was recently agreed should help that. My only point on this is I just think it's unacceptable that if this is a framework that we're debating in public on live stream, it's unacceptable that the information that we get on the ground that we're having to put forward is massively out of date or misleading in comparison to our own things. And I just make that point. I think that is unacceptable. If it's good enough to put on the screen, it needs to be up to date. The other point I'd like to make is that for those people who are signatories to our management plan and are covered by the objectives for the area, it's also unacceptable that they don't provide us the information that on what they have done in the period. And so to have that end thing to say no data. I don't know exactly why that is, but if that is just because some of our people haven't supplied the data when it's their obligation to do so, that's
not on that one.
Okay, well, I'll take that back. But it is important to have that, and the strength and duty should, increase the impetus for others to help us do what the plan is for our place, as well as us. So over, and the recommendation is, sorry, in that excitement I've lost it, that we note the 25 stakeholder forum and offer comments, and note the content of the progress made in implementing the objectives set out in the National Park Management Plan, and approve the publication of the 24-25 annual monitoring statement on the authority's website. We've had so it's a really good discussion and scrutiny, and perhaps quite a loose conversation, but I think it's a really good opportunity to do that. So I'm happy to help that to happen. But are you now happy to take those recommendations?
Yes.
Anyone against? Okay, I'll take that as unanimous. Thanks, Kate. Mindful that there's still quite a bit of stuff to do on the agenda. We're back on to Pete for the medium-term financial strategy.
Chair, I wonder if I can make a comment about this item, because I've got to leave now before the presentation. In the last FRASC meeting, the finance meeting we had, Pete very kindly went through the strategy and some of the details that we had, and you will hear very shortly about the situation from Pete. And one of the comments that was made in one of the slides, I'm not sure if it is in today's presentation, is that not growing resources will mean that we will need to manage decline. And the point is that there will be some very difficult decisions that the authority will have to make potentially in the near future. And I'm mentioning those very difficult decisions because the financial situation that we find ourselves in at the moment is very different to the financial situation we had a few years ago in 2021, for example, when the decision was made about the new headquarters of the national park. And this is particularly relevant because the next meeting of the full authority of the North York Moors will be on the 19th of January to make a decision about property. And at that meeting, we will be given the choice between moving into new headquarters and between renovating and refurbishing the existing headquarters here at the old vicarage. And that refurbishment costs, and I'm not going to mention any figures because I know it's confidential, those refurbishment costs that were decided based on the specifications that the authority determined in 2021 might be very were made under very different circumstances to this. And therefore, I would like to request that for the meeting on the 19th of January, that we have another set of net present value of a proposal to stay within the old vicarage, but making only the very necessary and minimal changes and renovations that are required to continue with the current operations of the national park authorities, rather than the extensive and sometimes maybe luxurious changes that were made under that proposal in 2021. That's the point I was going to make.
Thank you, George. If that's a statement before Pete does his thing, we'll take that. I just respond to that because obviously a lot of work has come into that. We're going to have a single purpose authority meeting to discuss it. I'm not sure, although we've made notes of what you say, I'm not sure how much work that would entail, but all options will be open to that meeting. You know, if that meeting decides that they don't wish to go forward and that's what they want to do, that will be a matter for the meeting then.
Thank you, Chair. And that's exactly why I thought I would raise it now rather than at the meeting at the time, so that officers are prepared to the point that maybe we need to have a breakdown of the costs in the current situation and maybe discuss which of those are necessary and which ones are no longer necessary.
Thanks, George. I'll leave it at that. I don't really want to... Can I let Pete do his presentation, please? That's
Apologies, Chair. It's just if you're going to do a review, maybe
we're not.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. We're not, but we've heard what George has to say, and we'll deal with that at the special meeting. Go on, Pete.
Thanks, Chair. So there's a presentation for this. It will be the same one that was at Frask. So for those of you who were at Frask, apologies if you're going to see the same thing twice. But I think it's really useful for this actually to talk about the financial strategy with those who aren't at Frask actually, because it is relevant to all members actually. And quite often in the year we have conversations about finance that actually people miss out on sometimes if they're not on Frask. This is a real opportunity to talk about the financial position and strategy of the authority. So I believe there's a presentation to come. No, so it does. So I'll go through this a little bit quicker than I did at Frask, but medium-term financial strategy, we bring it every year. It's a 5-year look forward, and it's a document that really looks at the next 5 years on a broad set of assumptions. It doesn't go into the same details the detailed budget process does for 1 year, but it's that way of casting forward and really having a look at what the potential pressures might be, so we can begin to prepare for them in an orderly way. Differs to the budget because the budget is a really detailed 1 year look at next year's, which will come in February for Frask and then March NPA for sign off. How's it tied into the business plan? Well, the business plan is a 5-year look forward, and the medium term financial strategy underpins that. And we make sure that those two documents are always tying into each other, so financial pressures are reflected in the business plan and vice versa, to make sure that the business plan is always affordable, and that's refreshed each year. And then the strategy continues to be, as it has been for a while now, to maximise delivery from available resources. So it's looking at all of our different income resources and revenues that we have, and actually working out what the best way is to maximise the amount that we can deliver for the national park. This chart here gives a bit of an income sources over time. I just think this one's always quite useful to see where we've come from. And it just shows that our strategy has been working really well insofar as we've been growing our outcomes and our delivery in financial terms every year, despite the pressures on DEFRA grant over time. So I think it just helps to really illustrate that. It illustrates that Section 106 funding and the importance of that as that's come in. And also the change in DEFRA grants. So I've got a slide on that in a couple of slides' time. So I'll go into a bit more detail because that's getting more complex all the time. This one is just a little about the economic outlook generally. This is why we're seeing so much pressure on DEFRA grant and public services at the moment. And there's probably two key areas around this. The two charts below show growth and inflation, which are probably the two big sort of measures that are putting so much pressure on the public purse at the moment. In terms of economic growth, this chart here with going into the future, we can see that even in the future forecasts from the OBR, the limitation on growth at the moment in forecasts means that there's no immediate answer to getting more revenues through growth for the government, and therefore the pressure on the public purse continues. And equally with inflation, we obviously saw it really hitting a real peak around COVID time, just post-COVID. That's now been coming down regularly, and there was an expectation 12 months ago that would come down to government target of around 2% towards the end of this year. But we've seen it hitting a real stubborn time here, where it's going back up slightly, it's hovering around the 3 to 4% mark, and it's not heading back down to 2%. So that has relevance to some of our assumptions in the MTFS and our budgets. But equally, these two are a real reflection of why we've got so much pressure on the public purse, and that's flowing through to us in terms of that overall view of public spending for the government. We had the budget in November, which from our perspective as a national park wasn't that eventful. So there wasn't that much new in there for us as a national park. There was no significant tax rises like we've had in the past. And there was no indications of any change to spending from sort of the previous comprehensive spending review that we'd had. So I think from DEFRA's point of view, there's no major changes there from the budget in November that are going to influence this paper in any different way. Our growth strategy remains the same as it's been. So business as usual for us now is looking for savings and efficiencies everywhere we can, delivering things in better ways, use of technology, and maximising existing resources, all those revenue streams we've got, really making sure that we actually use those to be able to deliver the most that we possibly can. And that includes diversifying away from DEFRA, but also looking at real prioritisation of what we deliver. But the reality is if we want to keep growing, and we have ambitions to keep growing, then income growth is going to come from one of two areas. We can increase our earned income, but it's a reality that car parks are probably the only one that really generates actually a margin we can put back into services, such as access services. And in reality, the most that can deliver, even with a new car park, will only help to mitigate some of the offset from a frozen DEFRA grant. So it won't grow us, it might help to relieve some of that pressure. But really, externally funded projects is the area of significant delivery increases that we can exploit. So that continued sort of strategy of projects and delivering through projects continues to be the best way to deliver the most for the park. And then, as George mentioned actually before he left, if we can't grow resources, so if we can't grow our income, deliver more through externally funded projects, then we have to manage a decline. And that's the reality of the offset to that, that if we can't grow the more resources, if we can't diversify out from a reducing core grant into other sources and deliver through projects, then we have to look at services and decide what we deliver as a national park. So DEFRA grants, I said a little bit more on this year. Normally it's just a case of it's been frozen for 4 years, it might be frozen for another year, but it's getting more complex in how they're doing it insofar as there are now revenue and capital elements to DEFRA grant, which is becoming a much more regular scenario. We're hoping for a 3-year settlement. One of the big sort of issues we've been beating the drum about is that we only ever get 1-year settlements right at the end of the year, and it's absolutely no good for trying to financially plan. So even if those settlements actually are not positive, even if they're declining, at least if it's 3 years, you can actually strategically plan. It's very hard to plan in a void. So that's what we're hoping to get, and there's an expectation we will get revenue and capital. That's what we've been seeing, and I think it's probably to be expected that we'll get a grant that's now split between the two in the future. And then increase flat cash or cuts, no insight at the moment. Probably won't get anything until January at the earliest. Increase is optimistic, I would suggest, but flat cash or whether we get a cut is very much on the table. And I think this graph is just helpful to show how DEFRA grant has changed over time, actually. And we can see that obviously early on from austerity, we saw it reducing just regularly over time. A little bit of an increase, but actually it's these last sort of 3-4 years where we're starting to see it become more unpredictable, more difficult to plan for, because we've got reducing revenue actually. So you can see particularly in 25-26, we had that 8.3% cut in revenue funding. But being replaced by capital at the moment, but we're getting no assurances of the future of capital either. So we have various scenarios here. That do we have a future where capital plays a part? I suspect we do, but what levels is very uncertain. But revenue is reducing, and we need to, as a park, start to strategically plan to move things from revenue to capital. There's a certain amount of that we can do sort of here. So that was 250,000 we had of capital in 24-25, and 1.5 million of capital in 25-26. Of that 1.5 million, we were able to flip about 300,000 or so from revenue to capital, because it was already relatively capital in nature. Any more than that, though, and we will need to start to look at how we deliver more through capital and revenue. So the amount of capital we get is going to be significant to how we take it forward. But again, we used to be able to here just go flat cash, and therefore we'll plan to that. This is becoming harder now because it's very unpredictable. Externally funding, we've talked a little bit about the importance of external funding. That's the way that we're going to grow ultimately. And FRASC see lots of reports around the pipeline for external funding, and Ellen sort of delivers those reports for FRASC. And for us, this is really the area that we can grow. It really backs up our strategy of trying to move towards project delivery. And I think there's lots of areas of the park now we can see we're delivering more and more actually outcomes because we're moving to projects than relying on core grants. And actually core grant becomes the leverage then to fund the base teams that allows us to go out and get the funding. Again, we need to make sure that pipeline is managed. There's a risk of failure if we don't back it up with decent corporate resources. So growing from an organisation delivering 9 million to sort of 15 million as we are at the moment, we need a corporate core that can keep up with that, because increasingly we see that external funders don't support funding corporate funding. Now and again, we are starting to see more and more of them start to do that, and I'm hoping that that's the future. And again, trying to continue to put pressure on funders to fund corporate resources is important. Earned income. So quick one on earned income, 1.8 million in the budget. This remains fairly static. It goes up a little bit each year. Car parking is our biggest one, and it's the one that really does deliver some money we can put back into our services. The others are really reducing the net cost of services. So things like retail and gallery and events help reduce the net cost of running our visitor centres. planning, helps reduce the net cost of delivering that service, etc. So car parking is really the only one that helps us to put it back into works such as access around the park. We should always increase fees for inflation where we can, and we need to maximise those assets and look for opportunities as well, particularly if we do get large amounts of capital funding in the future, to see whether or not we can do that to help secure more that helps to generate a margin. So we thought earned income's important, margin's more important. A few of the assumptions that have gone into the report. So pay inflation's in at 3% in 26-27, 2% thereafter. And last year we assumed it was going to come down to 2%. Actually, we've increased that to 3% now because of that stubbornness to inflation we referred to earlier. Have you got your hand? No, sorry. Yes, yeah, no, I'm aware that FRAS members have seen them. And we do have a pension saving this year. I'll talk a little bit about more of that later. Overhead inflation at 3%, another one that was at 2% last year, is now put up to 3% because of inflation. And at DEFRA funding, we've assumed in the mid-case scenario a flat cash revenue and capital to replace the 25-26 revenue cut. Earned income of 1.9 million, external funding 2.5 million, that's currently the target. There was a conversation for the future about whether we want to increase the ambition of that, but for now that's the 2.5 million annual spend. And interest we've capped at 2% on £4 million of cash. And then finally, property. So that continues to be an area. We know we've got a paper coming up in January around our future property requirements for our HQ. Obviously, that's one that we do need to keep in mind around making sure that our assets and our property are up to the standard they should be, and the investment required for that. Large capital projects, that's just a nod to the risk around that in the paper, and the bigger the capital projects we do, the more potential risk there is to overspends or that kind of thing within the project, and the need to manage them closely. Because quite often a funder won't take on the overspend risk, that falls to the authority. So it's something we have to manage really carefully. And finally, core resource squeeze. I've just talked about that. The more that we deliver, the more pressure there is on corporate resources that are often funded from nowhere else other than the reducing DEFRA grant. So it's one that we definitely have to have an eye to as well to make sure that they can cater for the amount we deliver. So with that, that's the financial position in the paper. So this one here is the mid-case scenario. So this is assuming that in 26-27, we will effectively get the same settlement at flat cash as we did in 24-25. So in 25-26, we got that big injection of 1.5 million of capital. This assumes that actually we'll get an injection of capital to the level of revenue cut that we got. So we've got an 8.3% revenue cut. The assumption is that we will get capital to replace that revenue cut, but not the additional at this stage. I think that's probably a reasonable assumption, as reasonable as we can have, but again, we're planning in a bit of a void. So as a result, there's actually more scenarios than we would normally have in this paper. We do have some sensitivity analysis throughout the paper and 1 or 2 scenarios, but actually there's a lot of different variants that we could have. And the paper now expands this to include a 10% scenario as well. This table doesn't have the 10%, the paper does, and that came from a comment in FRASC, where we'd limited it at 5%, and it was felt there was a need for a scenario that was a bit more sort of, I guess, pessimistic, but potentially actually realistic around an even bigger cut and what that would mean. So I think here you can see the next 5 years. So at the moment we're saying we've got 135k deficit next year on the mid case, that we think we can offset that through the budget process, and we think we've got solutions to that 135,000. But if we start to step up into these bigger figures, then we're looking far more in strategic change of what we do. One point to note is that we do have reserves. We have an emergency reserve for scenarios that means we don't have to make knee-jerk decisions. I think the bad thing would be if we found out what we were getting in February, March, and we made knee-jerk decisions without consideration. We've got a little bit of reserves next year to be able to cater for a bit of time to make the right decisions. But if we are looking at these sort of bigger figures, we are looking at strategic change in what we deliver, and members will certainly be a part of that conversation. So financial position, deficits from 26-27 actually under all scenarios, but the previous year assumptions were mostly accurate, but the main one is that inflationary change. We assumed that we'd have 2%, we've gone up to 3% now for 26-27 assumptions. Deficit is mainly driven, as it always is, by that effective flat cash DEFRA settlement against inflation pressures. Pension savings are likely, so we've just had our triennial valuation for our pension scheme, which has come through with a really positive result insofar as it's in surplus at the moment. That means that we have had our pension rate reduced considerably under that, which will generate a large saving. We're still waiting for that to be finalised, not draft. What we do need to decide within the budget process in February, March is how much of that we actually take. So one part of the saving is actually just about the rate coming down. The other part is about bringing the surplus down, so it's temporary in effect. So you have a primary rate, which is just your underlying rate for the future. We can take that without question. So I've built 55,000 in here to bring us to the primary rate as a saving. There's potentially more to take in the element that's bringing that down in the secondary rate. Secondary rate is where we've got a big surplus in the pension fund, and it's about reducing our contribution over a period of time to get that back into more like 110% funded. At the moment, we are north of 120% funded. That secondary rate is temporary, but we have the option to take that as a saving. But in the past, you might remember, so going back 5-6 years, we put some of that into reserves because in 3 years' time, we could find that rate goes up and it helps us to kind of soften that blow if it does. So there's a decision there to be taken, which will be part of the detailed budget process. There's no generic savings or income generation targets built into the NTFS, so we don't put anything in the numbers that isn't tied to anything, so nothing that's just kind of, we'll do just a random 10% cut of this service. We only do put it in if it's actually tied to an actual deliverable. And it indicates revenue is likely to remain static at about 14-15 million without strategic change. So at the moment, we're hitting that sort of £15 million delivery mark. Unless we do something strategically around delivering our services, how we deliver our services, it's difficult to see that continue to increase while DEFRA grant is frozen. And then finally, reserves are all ring-fenced or earmarked. Funding deficits through reserves not a sustainable option. So we've got reserves to help us to get through if we get a sudden cut, to really strategically plan, but just funding through the one-off resource that is our reserves isn't a sustainable option. We do need to address any deficits strategically through how we deliver. And then finally, these are the main movements in terms of from year to year. So pay inflation, as you can see, is the main one. So that's pay award at 3%, and that's the pay award on core funded staff, and therefore DEFRA grant not going up. We have to find that money each year. Interest, so an assumed fall in interest rates next year means we'll see a little bit less coming through the I&E. Overhead inflation, again, that's that 3% on sort of our core funded overheads. But we are seeing that offset a little bit with a reduction in utilities. So we've signed up a new agreement where we've seen costs coming down a little across our utilities, but also we've been able to invest this year in solar across a lot of our estate, which is going to help to reduce bills. And then pension costs, I've mentioned that already. That's the reduction to the primary rate. We may well be able to take a little bit more than that. And we've started to discuss those scenarios, but without further information on things like what pay award's going to be. There's no information on that at the moment, and the grant settlement level. It's very hard to take those forward into anything concrete until we really know what we're going to be getting, and then we can really start to plan to that. We do think, though, that mid-case we can mitigate for next year. Anything else will need a little bit more, and there's a few things in terms of those that we've been discussing. So potential for a little bit more utility savings, particularly from the solar estate rollout. Planning and car parking fee increases, they're not in there at the moment, so car parking to increase it by inflation, and planning, there is potentially the ability to set own fees to be confirmed, so there may be something around that as well. We've not increased either of those at this stage. Increased funding of core costs through external funding, so we are seeing more opportunities for that. It'd be really good to do a little bit of work with Ellen to really understand the pipeline and the impact from that, and whether we've got more funding of corporate costs coming through than we've got in the budget right now. Strategic changes in delivery towards project funding. So we do have some services as well that are largely core funded, where there's an opportunity to look for project delivery. So we've talked a little bit about outdoor learning before, a little bit about volunteering. They're both very heavily core funded. And there are others besides, and we need to look at those that are core funded and look for those opportunities. And considerations of the full impacts of the pension rate change, which I've mentioned. So conclusion, really challenging economic environment for the whole public sector at the moment. Lack of growth leading to pressure on public services, potential tax rises, all of those things are playing into where we are now. And at the moment, generally in conversations, we are not top of the agenda at government. So we will see what happens. TFS indicates a deficit of 135,000 on the mid-case scenario. Driving factors, as we've mentioned, core grant. We don't know what pay awards are going to be. We don't know what core grant's going to be. Mitigation discussion underway. And then earned income growth supports the core. Growth of output through project delivery really is where we need to be looking to go strategically. And the core resources must be sufficient at priority to be able to deliver. And we do need to manage decline if we cannot grow resources. And finally, there's an approval recommendation for today, but the next steps will be going into the detailed budget process, hopefully with a lot more information on grants and pay award, which will make that process easier.
Thanks, Pete. As you said, Frask has had a chew at this. Just tell us the couple of things that have changed since then.
So Frask had a chew at it. There was a couple of areas. One was that we only modelled up to a 5% grant cut in our scenario planning. It was requested at Frask that we look at something a little bit more than that, because it's realistically, actually, it could be higher. So therefore, we've included a 10% cut in grant as a scenario within the paper. And the other one was a little bit more around just being more consistent around use of thousands and millions across the report, which I've tried to be more consistent in paragraphs. So I'm not switching between the two, which is the habit. I've been pulled up on that one before.
Okay, thanks for that. So we have a recommendation before us. Other Frask had a chew at this. Pete said how we've tweaked it. It's an important part of our business, but looking at the time, I was hoping to move along. I'll go to John and then Janet.
Very quickly, and without rehearsing any of the arguments we might hear at our meeting in January, I think we can take, we ought to be confident about the presentation of this paper, given the confidence we've already been given from our auditors earlier on in the day, and reminding ourselves of the principles around which the medium-term financial strategy is set. And it's so important to remember that those principles are the main reason, the main motivation for income generation. And I think it's a very good report.
Thanks, John. Janet?
I can read the hint, Chairman, so you want me to be brief. I just want to say, as a non-member of Frask, Pete, thank you very, very much indeed. It's a picture paints 1,000 words. I've read it, I understood it, but I understood it much more clearly now, so I'm very, very grateful. And all I would say, as my own comment, is that where we have services that we can charge for, we should to the full extent, because somebody wants to buy something from us, particularly in planning and in car parking charges, and that's not everybody's view, but it's mine, and it's out there now. So thank you, and thanks, Pete.
Well, thanks, Janet. Sorry, Christine, I didn't see you.
Thanks very much. I just want to thank you, Pete, for picking up on those recommendations. I appreciate you including those in the report. And also just to pick up on your final point about working with Ellen around how much of a shift we can get from funders around that core funding. I just think going forward, and with the unreliability perhaps of our core grant, that is going to be of such crucial importance. And we've heard earlier in the session how at times, you know, our staff are kind of getting pushed to their limits in terms of trying to deliver different things. So anything we can do to increase that and to track that so we're conscious of what's happening there would be great. So thank you.
Great, thanks for that, Christine. Anybody else? As Janet said, I mean, it's for authority to approve, and so it's important we bring it down as well as Frask. The recommendation is that members approve the medium-term financial strategy. Are we happy to do that?
Yes.
Anyone against that? I'll take that as unanimous. Thank you, Pete. So, slight change of tone now. And we're going to have a presentation from the Northern Moors Trust. I'm not quite sure who's doing it, Tom.
So I think Judith's just gone out to get them to be Rebecca Buckley and James Metcalf.
Oh, yeah, you've got both of you.
Yeah, James has recovered.
Yeah. Great. So, welcome, Rebecca and James. It's great to have you here. The item, as you know, is we're having a presentation from the North York Moors Trust. So maybe, I don't know how you're going to play this. The floor is yours if you'd just like to introduce yourselves and tell us what you're up to.
Okay, it's on green. So
yeah, we are on live stream, so we need to use the microphones so people can hear us.
Great. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Rebecca Buckley. I'm the chair, or have been the chair for the last 6 months of the North York Moors Trust. By background, I'm a geologist. Worked in the oil and gas industry, mainly overseas, managing global projects for many years, and returned to the North York Moors 7 years ago, and was looking to do some trustee work, and the North York Moors Trust really appealed to me for kind of 2 reasons. One was the place. It was related to the North York Moors, and I live in Thornton Dale, so right on the very southern edge of the park. And the second was it's a really interesting time for the trust because it was a small but growing entity, and it felt very much like being involved in a startup, which I thought would be really kind of interesting. So I know some of you have some history, but the trust was really originally founded in 2015 and incorporated as a charity in 2016 finally. And originally there were 9 directors, 4 of which were from the National Park Authority, and the default was that the CEO of the National Park would be the chair of trustees, and then 5 independent trustees for that balance. So the National Park provides an awful lot of support to us as a trust, and we couldn't exist without it. And we'll talk about that some more. So kind of history of the park, a very significant legacy was left to the trust from the estate of Anya McCracken and Alan Smith back in 2018 when a property that was left to us was sold. So that's the kind of £360,000, which is the legacy upon which we've been building our work. And then not much was happening when that was going through, and then really in 2020 when Tom became chair that things had started to move, and there was a charity coordinator appointed who helped with things, and then in 2022 we had our first executive director, which was Sue Osborne. She kind of really kicked things off, and then James has been with us, who I'm sure you all know, from 2023 onwards, and it's kind of really going from strength to strength. So how do you all at the National Park benefit the trust? Well, it's kind of really, really vital support. We get in-kind help with fundraising from Ellen, with administration from Vicky, with finance from Sandra, and then lots of advice when we need it on call from legal, HR, IT support, office space, a postal address. All of these kind of things are really, really important, without which the trust couldn't exist. So what's happened recently with the trust in 2024 under Tom's stewardship, we had a real good look at the governance of the trust to see if it was appropriate for where we wanted to go going forward, and made a couple of changes. One is we made a change to our charitable objects to explicitly include in there health and wellness as being something that the trust wanted to do. Actually, looking back at the archive of when the trust was first set up by the authority, health and wellness was one of the things that was in the draft of the charitable objects. So it doesn't feel like we're straying too far from that intent in adding that explicitly in there. And then the second thing we did is change some of the governance in general, recognising that it was maybe no longer appropriate for the CEO of the NPA to also be trying to wear 2 hats and be the chair of the trust, and as the trust was growing. So that's changed, hence the fact that I'm now the chair. And then also we've adjusted the ratio of independent to National Park appointed trustees. So before it was 4 to 5, 4 being the National Park appointed, now it's 3 to 6. And that should give us a chance to make sure that we have all of the skills and expertise that we need to kind of balance that board and take that trust forward. So we have 1 open space on the trustee board, so we're going to be advertising for that in 2026 for an independent person. So if you could think of anybody who might be interested, do let us know when that advert comes out. And we've done a board skills review, and some of the things that we're looking for are particularly a kind of linkage and connection so that we can bring in the voice of the beneficiaries in some of the areas with multiple measures of deprivation adjacent to the park. And we'll hear more about that from James, who's now going to go through some of the things that we do.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. I think I've met most of you already, but for the one or two who I haven't met before, I'm James Metcalfe and I run the North York Millers Trust. And yeah, as Rebecca was saying, I think over the last sort of 7 years prior to me coming in, I think it's fair to say that the trust was obviously there's an entity, but didn't necessarily have its own brand, didn't necessarily have a great pool of its own projects, and was very much dependent on the authority. And when I came in 3 years ago now, I pretty much said at the time was that we needed to sort of be more strategic in our own focus as a charity, and that would help in terms of telling the story of who we are as a charity, who we support and how we support them and why we support them. But also really thinking about the financial aspect. If we have all of those things, if we have our own identity, if we have our own story to tell and our own projects from that, then we'll be hopefully more successful in terms of raising funds to make ourselves more sustainable in the long term as a charity. So yeah, when I came in, it was very organic, and there was a big focus on really sort of replicating lots of the projects that the National Park Authority does well as an entity in itself in terms of the staff. So we had conservation projects, heritage projects, art projects, lots of different things. And I said at the time that we really need to focus on one of those things, and that probably being health and well-being. When you look at the health of not just the population in North Yorkshire and in the National Park, but the surrounding locations as well, Redcar, Cleveland, Middlesbrough, Scarborough, further afield, if you think about Humberside as well, with this being the local national park for Humberside as well, the health picture in the region is getting worse. All the trends are health is getting worse. Isolation is getting worse. When you look at adult mental and physical health and child mental and physical health, all of those trends are just very worrying. And actually, as a charity, we should do something about that, given that there's a wealth of evidence now that nature has a real role to play in supporting people's mental and physical health. So we picked up on health, and that's why we included it in when we did the governance review. When we updated our charitable objects, we updated our objects to include health and well-being. But then last year we also brought out a new strategy for the next 5 years for the charity as well, and that is all around dedicated to improving the health of people and nature. So those two things combined, and we do that through, or plan to do that through education, recreation, and some conservation still. But bringing in sort of arts, bringing in lots of community elements as well. But most importantly, doing and being explicit that we do that in the park, but we also do that beyond the boundaries of the national park. And I'll sort of touch on that a little bit on why that's important in a little bit. But yeah, so that's our focus for the next 5 years, because we see that as being really important in terms of the people that we are here to serve, the people that the national park is here to represent and serve as a natural health asset as well. So that's why we prioritised on that. It's also, when doing a bit of research, in terms of a motivator to get people in terms of private finance and donations, it's a motivator in terms of telling the story in how you can demonstrate in very short spaces of time improvements in people's mental and physical health and well-being, but also just being realistic. If you look at the funding available to charities, lots of it is focused in the health and well-being landscape, and if we wanted to be successful in raising money and being able to deliver projects, then that was something we were going to have to focus on. So yeah, so we launched a strategy, and I'm sure I can share that with you afterwards. But for the next 5 years, and then we've had a couple of impact reports that have come out of. We set roughly sort of 5 objectives within the people element and the nature element. And even though we're sort of just over a year on now, from 18 months on from setting that strategy, we're already delivering against lots of those things when it comes to stepping stones, which I'll touch on in a minute, as a project in terms of engaging young people beyond the boundaries of the national park with the national park. With Trust Tricks there on the end, which is a mental health focused project on Teesside, we're delivering against lots of the objectives. And again, I'll share that with you. I didn't want to put them all up, I think, death by PowerPoint at this point. I wanted to avoid that bit. But yeah, so really, for me, I wanted to come and tell you a little bit about what we're actually doing and how we're actually helping people and helping nature. And some of these you might be familiar with, some of the projects, and some of them you might not be familiar with, because lots of them are fairly new. But Birds on the Edge is still, in sort of financial terms, our biggest project that ends next year. That's all around restoring and creating habitat for threatened bird species, but also connecting people, families, young people with nature in the national park, with the sort of pond creation, habitat creation that we're doing, and then exploring in artistic ways, music and other ways, their sort of experience of that project, but also how they feel about the national park. We have a new one, Stepping Stones to Nature, that we started at the beginning of 2024, and that's all around supporting young children to grow up well with nature, and the realisation that we don't always have to do that in the national park for them to benefit. And what I mean by that is lots of people and lots of kids, they want, there's lots of barriers and challenges in the way of them accessing the park now. And we have this project because it's a way of sort of closing those barriers by working with them over 6 months, a year in some cases, to really bring their skills on and their experience, and making it so when they do come to the national park, we've had visits, we've linked up with the National Park Authority staff, that it's a really positive experience. Kids have changed massively over the last couple of years, especially after COVID. Lots of sensory issues, lots of developmental issues. Just necessarily coming out into nature isn't the best thing. It's actually having that grounding experience and building them up and building their knowledge up and them feeling safe and secure in that environment. So that's why we work with them in schools, on Teesside, in some of the most deprived wards, not just in Redcar, Cleveland and Middlesbrough, but in England, working with them on a weekly basis, building all of them that nature domain knowledge up, and making them feel comfortable before we bring them out. We have a men's mental health project, which is doing the sort of gentle nature connection stuff. Nature prescriptions, which we worked with the National Park Authority on, and Heather and Joel's team, which has then moved into a natural health service for North Yorkshire, which is our newest project, really, which we're really excited about, and it's obviously a partnership that we are delivering together with the authority, but with the Yorkshire Dales, with Nidderdale, with the Howardian Hills, which we're really excited about because it kind of strikes to the whole reason why we focused on health in the first place, is that there's loads of opportunities there, but there's loads of challenges there. And really lucky that we've got a mayor, David Scaife, who's prioritising health, but having spoken to him over the last 6 months in his team and combined authority, and sort of doing a bit of a lobby job over 6 months, really telling them actually a lot of what the National Park does, a lot of what the National Landscapes already do is health focused. We probably just need to badge it better, but we also need a bit of support financially to be able to deliver some of this work, to bring some of it together, and start doing some of the thinking around, yes, nature's good for us, but protected landscapes, the benefit can be felt more acutely when we spend time in those landscapes. So we were able to secure this year the £100,000 from the Combined Authority for this 6-month project, and hopefully, you know, we're going to be continuing it beyond April. But we're in the phase where we're now working with GPs, social prescribers, job advisors, probation officers, physiotherapists, lots of people in lots of different health adjacent roles, training them with the nature descriptions calendar, but then also how the protected landscapes can play a role in supporting their clients or patients. And then moving into the new year, we're taking really what was the original purpose of the calendar, was actually we want to get people out into the national park. So we're going to be working with groups on a weekly, consistent, regular basis over 10 weeks, working with them in their community. So again, starting where people are in their journey, building up their confidence, building up some of their nature domain knowledge, making them feel comfortable with the facilitators before they then come out and do things like volunteering on projects, some conservation, some volunteering, some gentle nature connection activities in the national park, or in the Dales or in the Hoarding Hills or in Nidderdale, before they start to develop their own. They're going to be developing their own sort of day session that they're going to be sort of leading or self-led, before they have a sort of, it won't be a nature prescription, but it'll be a nature plan, which will be 3 ways that they can stay connected with nature and remaining outdoors for the next 6 months. And that'll lead to volunteering opportunities, perhaps with the national park or with the railway or with other places where that's an opportunity, and signposting them onto other programs, other services, other things available to them. But I'm really excited by that project. I think it's really fantastic that we can do it together as a partnership. I think it's really at the cutting edge of what government is looking at in terms of, and I don't just mean in terms of the health and social care department, but if you look at DWP, in terms of the massive amounts of money they're now putting into getting people back to work, but first of all, getting them into a fit state where they can engage with the service again before they start getting back to work. The MOD are interested, certainly, particularly with the Dales and the focus they're going to have on cattery. So really, and a whole myriad of voluntary sector organisations, public sector organisations, lots of people are very interested in what we're doing, because we're taking the concept of something that's been bubbling around for a little while and we're applying it, but we're then learning of how do we make protected landscapes that natural health asset that we know it can be, and badging it in a way that's really that people can understand. Yes, it is a bit of a play on the NHS. Yes, it does go back to post-war government created the NHS to improve quality of life and improve health, but they also created the legislation for national parks at the same time, coming out of the same sort of values of that government. And we really want to explore through this project how those two things would have looked at the time if those two things were brought together. What might that have looked like? And we're beginning to explore that now, and it's really sort of I guess at the sort of cutting edge of what people want, and solving lots of the challenges we've got. These slides will get shared afterwards, but I just wanted to give a flavour of some of the impact that we're seeing from some of the projects, and some of the things and outputs that we're delivering. So the top one's just a few things that I pulled from Stepping Stones to Nature, which is over the last 18 months, we've worked with 310 children. Most of them has been for over 6 months in a consistent manner, 125 day sessions delivered. But when we did some evaluation based on some of the children who'd taken part, 90% of those kids felt more connected. But really, we've got to understand that they were starting from a very low base in any case, but they felt more connected, and certainly talking about the national park more, had come out and had visits here, but starting to feel more connected. And then I guess that is then feeding into their health and well-being. 2/3 or you know, 3/4 really of children saying that these sessions, that nature is having an improvement on my health, on my well-being, making me feel calmer, making me feel more positive about being in school, behaviour going up, concentration in class going up, attendance going up, all of the things that we want to see that are challenges in schools right now, things that this project's tackling. And just a bit of a flavour of, you know, we're working in some of the most disadvantaged parts. And then Birds on the Edge, I thought I'd just pull a few things out, given it's coming to sort of the end of its life next year. 30 dew ponds and pools have been created and restored over the last 2.5 years. 6 hectares of turtle dove plots have been created, and we're going to be getting up to 15 in the spring. We've had hundreds of volunteers, 2,000, 3,000 volunteer hours, and we've worked with close to 700 children and young people, and those are children and young people both in the national park who live here, but also in the surrounding communities as well. And I know time's of the essence, so I won't dwell too much, but we're doing really amazing things, either as a charity in our own right or together with the National Park Authority, as Birds on the Edge is a case and example. And just quickly, just a little bit on the finances, because I touched on that at the beginning, but you know, we have a reserves. We're lucky that we've got reserves, but it's not an infinite pool, and it dwindles. And I said at the time when I came in that we can't be reliant on it. We need to be much more sustainable. In the 2 years when I was just looking, when prepping for this presentation, in the 2 years before I came in, all of our funding, we were either spending reserves or we were bringing in traditional grant funding to fund projects. Now, when I was just doing it the last 2 years, 50% of the money that we bring in is traditional grant funding that funds our projects. 25% is corporate partnerships and donations. And the other 25% is government contracts. So you can see how in 4 years we've changed massively in terms of where we are heading. And I'm not saying that's perfect. We've got a lot more work to do, particularly on corporate sponsorships and donations. But from where we were to where we are now in 2 years, we're shifting the dial quite a lot. And that's allowing us to not hemorrhage the reserves in the same manner. So in 1 year, prior to me coming in, we'd spent, it was 40,000 in 1 year. In the 2 years since, we've spent 60, so we have started to reduce that demand and need to use the reserves, not to the level that we want to, but we stopped that hemorrhaging, and really we're sort of putting a lot of effort into corporate partnerships, and I think that ties in nicely with the National Park Authority. But just briefly, we're getting money now, and of late, it's a regular repeated donations as well. So Rounton's Coffee, Forge Valley Roasters, Whitby Distillery, JT Atkinson, there's others as well, you know, who've given us money to fund projects, to fund staff time, for core costs. So that's really important. But they're not just giving us one-offs for projects, they are repeat. So Rounton's gave us £3,000 last year. This year they've given us 5,000, and they've just set up a regular monthly donation of £300 every month, indefinitely now, because they like what we do and they see the benefit, and we get them involved, not just in the charity, but in what they're actually helping fund, and they're going to be funding stepping stones for the next couple of months. But Whitby Distillery, they gave us money last year for the men's work, but this year they really want to help with juniper propagation. So we had them out with the staff. So we had them out with Corey, and we did a day where we had the owners out, and they really loved it. And now we're thinking about how can we help in a small part that juniper propagation project. Forge Valley Roasters are interesting in doing some stuff next year at the sort of end of the Birds on the Edge project. JT Atkinson, although it wasn't financial, they gave us material donations for Birds on the Edge, so lots of aggregate and things for ponds that they've donated as a material donation. and the list goes on. There's others who are sort of very much thinking about giving us money. I think the point that I should say is we're doing this with a very small team, and we're making quite a lot of, I would say we're punching well above our weight in terms of one full member of staff and some help that we're really grateful for from the National Park Authority, and we're going to hire someone else hopefully in the new year to do a lot more on the corporates, because I think that's where there's a lot of growth potential, definitely for the National Park Authority, but for the charity as well. And I think getting those two things right could be really beneficial for both authority and trust. And although we are an independent entity and we are doing some of our own things, I'm very much mindful that we work together with the authority, and that, you know, when one's doing well, both will do well. And I just want to make sure that corporate thing in the new year, we're really sort of nailing that one, because I think there's so much potential. There's businesses crying to give money out, they just don't know how or what on, and just helping them understand the benefits of giving money to us and what we can do with it and what we can turn it into. Probably taking a little bit more time there, so apologies, Jim, Tom. And I think Rebecca just wanted to wrap up quickly just at the end.
Just really quickly, I promise. You know, obviously. Yeah. Oh no. We hope there's questions, but it's a real time of opportunity and some challenge. You know, the opportunities, I think, are, we can all say that James has done an amazing job since he's been coming in as executive director, and we've got a really nice portfolio of projects, and which have proven to be fundable by a kind of range of different funders, which is a really exciting opportunity. But we need to scale up. I talked about we're a startup, and we need, James can't do everything himself, even though he tries. And it's that balance for the trustees of investing money from that and really important and significant legacy we have in order to grow, and how to do that, and when do we reach break even, though obviously that's the big question in the voluntary sector always is when you can ever do that, if you can ever do that. Just a really exciting time and balancing those things. But there's a lot we aspire to be. I look at some of the other trusts that are associated with other national parks. For example, the South Downs Trust, they bring in 1.7 million in the last year. If you look at the Dales Millennium Trust, they got over £1 million last year in donations and legacies alone. So there is potential there, and how we have a different model than them, but how we kind of forge our path towards that and to grow is a really exciting time.
Great. I have to say, time is precious, but this is also very precious work to us. So thanks for that. So some questions for Rebecca or James. I've got Heather.
Yeah. Well, I'm absolutely delighted about that, James. My background is the steel industry, and we are right in the heart of Newport Bridge at Middlesbrough, a really tough area. I won't go back about how it was voted the cheapest place for drugs and whatever, and massive problems. And I'm delighted that you're working with young people there. And, it just gives them a different picture about what life's about. And I think there's a lot of money going into it, but sometimes you seem to be getting from what you've said, the benefits of it. And just looking at from that, I mean, there is an awful lot of crime in my end of, in Great Ayton. And a lot of them, it's to do with rural crime. And these are the adults and the people coming out there, and they do a lot of damage with the motorbikes and the whatever, or just having camping. Well, these young people that you've brought out there, will hopefully they'll recognise the importance of what we've got out there. It won't just for their well-being, it will be for them to pass on and say, oh, we can't do that, we've been there. But I think this is brilliant, really. I'm delighted, and I think you've done great and got some support. And as I say, it is a big issue. You can't get every child or every young person, but particularly with the version service and things like that as well, you're catching them at a different age group. So I'm delighted with it. Thank you.
Can I just go on to Michelle, because I don't think you had a particular question to answer.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, thanks for the presentation, because it's good to see what you're doing. But you hit the nail on the head for me, which is when I hear a lot about engagement with nature and particularly social prescribing, it's that gap. It's where we're talking about, you've talked about going into communities where the reality is nature isn't part of either that child or that adult's life, and there is nobody within their circle that engages with nature. And it's easy to assume that, well, we all think nature's lovely, why isn't everybody else doing it? But in a lot of those places, well, there may not even be a decent park for a child to go on and play. And so being outside is not necessarily a pleasant thing. And I think it's a huge, and I think as well with social prescribing, I think that gap, it's one, I think the evidence is there that engaging with nature and certain activities is really good for a person. It is the gap between the actually, things aren't going very well, life is pretty down, and making that decision to try and do it on a regular basis, to organise yourself, to actually go and do it is the bigger challenge than when you actually get there. And I've so really suppose sort of your thoughts on it, because there's a lot of talk about social prescribing, and you've talked as well about actually introducing children to nature outside the park rather than saying, here, come in. But I just wonder, is that, because to me it seems like the biggest barrier to making this work, not the actual outputs or the evidence that we will get. And I just wonder what your thoughts about what else we can do to improve that.
Do you want to address that, James?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, similar points there really, and I think life's changed really a lot for a lot of people, particularly for young people, and like we're taking Newport as an example. If you walk around Newport now, the only real bit of green space in Newport is the school site or the River Tees. There isn't anything else. Like, there's barely any trees, there's barely any green space. So like when you're talking to them about connecting with nature, those of them are not connected in any way, shape or form. It's through Minecraft online. That's their reality of nature now. So it's like, how do you work with those? And the teachers say to us, taking them out is like oversensory. If you just do that for a lot of kids, some kids it'll work, and some kids they'll just be disruptive and they'll get told off, and it won't necessarily be the best use of that day, and they may not want to go back. And it's like, if we can work with them in a way where we're being respectful and reflective of all of the challenges they've got now, we're building their confidence up with the facilitator, we're building their nature domain knowledge up, their fine motor skills, their gross motor skills, we're getting them tactile and hands-on with nature in a comfortable way in a place that they feel safe. Safety is a big thing for kids, particularly thinking about some of the challenges in Grangetown and Newport. School's their only safe place, so doing it there is a really important thing. Before we then come out and do the stepping stones, where we're coming out and doing and having that day or having that weekend where they feel like, I've got some of the skills, I've got some of the confidence, and it's been a really positive, experience for me, and I want to come back. And that's their first, most of the time, first experience of the national park. So that has gone from what could have potentially been a negative experience to one that is definitely positive, definitely from what we've seen through that work. But I definitely think, in terms of what you're saying there, is, people's perception of nature's shifted so much. It's no exaggeration when I talk about Minecraft. Like, that's what, when we pick the kids up, when we do a weekend club now, they're talking about it when we get there, and they're talking about it on the way back. But for the 4 or 5 hours we've got them, they're not thinking about it at all. But there's just so many challenges on people's time and their thinking. I just think it's really difficult. But what I would say is, just because we're not necessarily working with them in the park to begin with, doesn't mean that we're not getting them to that point. And just because we're not working with them in the park doesn't mean that the national park's not working with them. The national park's actually being reactive and in a positive way, proactive in coming to them and being in their life, so that even if they can't come right now, the national park's been in their life in a positive way and been a positive influence. So I might want to go back when I'm a bit older, or when I have the means to be able to do it. So it's about changing that dynamic of, you don't have to come to us to experience the national park. We can go to you and we can do things with you in your community. Doing that a lot more, I think, is really important.
I've got 3 more so far, and I'm going to take them all at once and then see. So I've got Malcolm Bowes, then Steve, and Jenna.
Cheers, that was a really good presentation, actually. But I think I probably need to understand a bit more about the relationship between the Trust and the park to really dig into this a little bit. This does fit in with some of the stuff I'm trying to do with North Yorkshire as well. You mentioned some of the streams of funding was government contracts, for instance, and then you mentioned volunteer hours. I'm assuming you use things like Tom's and that sort of thing to justify the value. I think I worked out about £30,000 worth of value. Is that to you or is that to the park? So those, do you see what I mean? Because that's the bit I'm trying to balance, because we've just had a session on deficits of services we try and deliver, but you're delivering the social value in volunteer hours worth £30,000. Is that for the trust or is that for the park?
So the national park, so that's for birds. So when I was thinking in terms of the volunteer hours of Birds on the Edge, as a partner of Birds on the Edge, the National Park Authority is able to, obviously we're the host of that project.
So we capture that value then, do we?
Yeah, so that's captured.
That's all. That's fine. That's all I wanted to really sort of try and realise.
Sort of every year the annual, before the sort of management plan review, stakeholder forums. I feed in.
I'm a newbie.
So no, it's all right, Steve. Yeah. So we do, because obviously, you know, in terms of like, so we filter through all that information so you're capturing it.
Thanks, James. So I'll go to Malcolm and Janet.
Thanks, Jim. That was a really interesting presentation from both of you. As you know, I was involved fairly early on, and it's really nice to see how you've come of age and you've got this direction. And also, to be honest, I think the relationship between the Trust and the National Park has matured as well. I remember the early days where people were looking at some other trusts and saying, should we really set up a trust? You know, they have to be independent, so a bit of anxiety there. That's not there anymore. So I'm just really pleased with the authority and the trust are working together, but B have found a way of continuing to work together and go in the direction that you've set on there. So well done.
Thanks. I will be also very brief. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, James. It was a terrific presentation. Thank you also to the Parks for allowing me to be nominated to be on the Trust board as their most recent member. Thanks, Christine, for stepping down. And also on the 11th, the board agreed that I could actually sit to join Subject Tom and Clive to be the North York, one of the representatives. And I think just for other members, one of the significant things that you've also allowed me to do is, as the chair of the Recreation and Wellbeing Forum, with fingers in the pies of health and wellbeing, that I can link in and play a very useful part, I hope, on behalf of us, and also from the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Group. So there are some things that I think we spoke about, didn't we, Christine, that I might be able to bring now, having served your time on the Trust. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your enthusiasm, and I'm really looking forward to developing my part to play with you in the Trust as well. So thanks for the opportunity, everybody.
Brilliant, Janet.
Sorry.
We've got you. No questions. I have a couple of comments myself which I can't resist, but for those of you that know me, health and wellbeing in nature is something that's quite close to my heart. And I'm really pleased that you've taken that as a single focus, because I've been sort of involved with the Trust since it started. And, you know, the difference and the similarities were always a challenge for all national parks that have a charitable wing. But you've really taken that and found some really brilliant formulas. And I just like the idea that, you know, sponsors will want profile, and you've got that, haven't you? You know, Juniper for gin and an aggregate for builders. And so I think, you know, it's a really important part of building local businesses into what the National Park does. And they obviously will want to share in the good news stories that we get. I think you are, like our funding officer, Ellen, does she help you look for bids as well? That's fine, so that's really important. When you talk about taking our values out, actually you don't have to visit a national park to have the national park's values. You know, the national park's values should be different from other values. I always say this, what's the point of having a line on a map and a sign if when you cross it something doesn't feel different? And of course not everybody can get to the national park, but everybody can share in those values of going the extra mile for nature. And so if you're lucky enough to come here, you know, you can take those values home with them. And I assume that you're doing this, but social return on investment, you know, we just talked earlier in the meeting that we're going to be looking at the social return on investment again from the National Parks work. Can you be included in that, or I mean, obviously, the value, the social return on the value that you're delivering, I suspect, is quite high. And seeing as we're putting quite a lot on health and well-being for the authority itself, it seems to me that the trust is actually leading on delivering the National Parks obligations and commitments to health and well-being. And maybe we ought to look at helping you do a bit more for us instead of trying to do the same thing.
Good point.
So I just leave that. But I think capturing the health social return on investment and the work that you've got there, if we're not doing it, would be really important.
Definitely.
I think that's it from me. Thanks. It's just really important. You might not know, but having James, you know, in the office, coming to the National Parks meetings, doing that stuff, I think that's really useful for us, and I hope it's really useful for you.
Yeah.
Sorry to go on. So, last words from Steve.
Sorry, Chair, can I? You just prompted a question. That's a really good point that you've made there, actually. But I do wonder, from your perspective, what influence you have on our management plans, for instance, because I think the Chair makes a really valuable point about health and well-being and how we capture that as a park. And I do wonder actually whether how much we incorporate the opinions of James into how we develop our management plan going forward.
Sure. I mean, I think I just put it out there, but you know, the question is, you know, our objectives in the management plan of health and wellbeing. It doesn't have to be us that delivers everything. So I hang it out there, but thinking of funding bids and this and that, you know, that's something. I'm sure that something might get cooked up.
Just quickly on that, so and I do come along to obviously to the stakeholder meetings, and I'm obviously I'm able to input and work with the staff here, and we see ourselves. I should have said it right from the top, but in terms of that health piece, you know, dovetailing really with the management plan objectives are not necessarily the authorities; they're everyone's in the park. So we see ourselves as sort of delivering against them objectives in the management plan.
And we both need to cash in on the benefits of that, don't we? Looking at the time, last word from Clive. I can smell the sandwiches.
No, I thought only that I would like to thank Rebecca and James for the presentation. Really good presentation, and I really do think it has come on so well in the last 2 years since I've come off for you. And the people you've appointed on as trustees have been first class. Thank you very much indeed, and I hope it continues in the next few years as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We were keen to have you, and we really enjoyed that. So thanks for what you do, and we'll be seeing more of you. I know.
Thank you.
Just having a look at what's left on the agenda. I don't really want to have another comfort break because I know I'll lose the lot of you. So, but I can do, or to be honest, I don't think there are any decisions that need to be made. So we could rattle through this in 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Let's do it.
Yeah. So we've got the feedback from Lead. Oh, God, sorry, Tom.
It's all right.
Sorry, Tom.
You can tell it's getting on, can't you?
Well, it isn't getting on. That's when 9:30 starts. But wait a minute. The iPad's gone to sleep. Come on.
Riley's at the rescue.
Well done, Barney.
Oh, it's brilliant.
I saw the emergency in progress.
That's what happens with Magic Water. Come on, members, we mustn't lose it now. Nearly there. So I've got a list of our various committees and forums which we could have a brief update from, starting with FASC. Is that going to be Heather Collin?
Millhouse. Well, I've only got a short report really. No, seriously, we've had I chaired in the absence of our colleague here, Colin. But no, I'm not going to repeat anything. Lots been said today that's been discussed. The thing I will say, we've got good governance, we know what we're doing, but we're in the lap of the gods. So really, looking forward, we're already looking there. We've got to depend on when we get the money from DEFRA. So really, I'm not going through all that. I was going to talk about the pension thing. It's all been discussed. Everything I was going to say has been said. So I chaired the meeting and I thought the reports came through and they were all pretty good. But just on one comment I will make, it's good, isn't it? Yeah. I was pleased to hear that we've got the new finance system, the account system will be in. I mean, I'm not suggesting it will make things a lot more efficient, and I think it'll free up time for some of the staff to do other things. So that's very pleasing. Very, very stressful when you're doing it, but good luck with that then. And really, thank you. I was just standing in, and as I say, we are in good stead. And thanks, Peter. And it was a long goodbye, wasn't it? Sorry, I've got his name already. It's a new start with a new team, so I'm sure you work pretty well with them. Thanks, Pete. Thank you.
Any questions for Heather? Good, thanks. So next is recreation and well-being. I think that'll be Janet.
I will be brief. So items are on SharePoint, and what we've been doing in the Recreation and Wellbeing Forum is concentrating on one or two items in particular. And last time we concentrated on targeted transport and had a very interesting and detailed discussion about that and the research that's been done behind that. So I'll be able to help with any questions, not now, Chair, you'll be pleased to know, but anybody wants to know anything about that. The other one that's also pertinent is about the income and expenditure for here and sorry, beg your pardon, for Sutton Bank and for Danby Lodge in terms of the offer that we make to our customers, and looking at the retail element of that and where we were, where we could try and do a bit better. And again, it's very relevant, I think, to the finances. So those are the two items, they're on SharePoint, and I think that's all I need to say about that today for the team. Thank you. I'm sorry, it's because I'm shutting me off, not you, Jim. Everybody else would like to shut me off. You can't.
That's not true. No, we're nearly there. Any questions for Janet? I just got one part. I'm not quite sure how this works for process, but having Joy having resigned and Steve having joined us, we try and sort of share out the jobs on forums. and so we will be a person down on recreation and wellbeing. I don't know if we could do it now or at a future committee. I might need to have some advice. But first of all, I don't know whether Steve would be interested in doing that. And secondly, if he was interested, we might need to do something to appoint him.
Let's take it at the next.
We'll take that. Yeah. We'll take that offline. Yeah. So, Conservation and Climate Change Forum, which is Patrick.
Thank you very much, Jim. We've had a busy autumn at the Conservation and Climate Change Forum. Very good minutes are up on the SharePoint, worth reading. But just in summary, at our October meeting, we looked at the Climate Action Plan. The authority has to have an adaptation plan in place by 28. This plan links in closely with the objectives of the management plan, and Tom Stevenson is doing a very good job on this. He's the lead officer. Further discussion at the next forum. We discussed local nature recovery strategies. Elspeth Ingleby introduced an updated draft. A final draft has now been circulated, and I think that's gone off to North Yorkshire Council. The Tees Valley one has stalled, I think, and we expect an update in January. And these LNRSs link in very well with our own nature recovery plan, which is on our website, well worth reading. We reviewed the progress of Section 106 funding, a lot of good work going on there. We discussed this new acronym for me, Protected Landscape Targets and Outcomes Framework, which is a nightmare thing to say. And on first viewing, as we've said at this meeting, the official figures we felt did not reflect the authority's achievements, and officers are working on this. And again, we're going to discuss it at the next forum. I think that's really important. We also looked at burning as a management tool on the moor, a very good debate, obviously brought on by the Langdale fire, and we debate, and also looking at the recent changes in Natural England. Good notes on the SharePoint. On the 7th of November, the forum and other members, we visited the Langdale fire site, which was a great day, really excellent day. And my word, it brought to home the scale of that fire. And there was a very informative debate with fire officers, North Yorkshire Council officers, Natural England, local farmers, and our own officers. It was a brilliant site visit, and I want to thank Brownie and officers for organising such a good day. So it's been a busy autumn for the forum. Next meeting, 29th of January. All are welcome, Chair.
Brilliant, Patrick. Good to be busy with that stuff. Any questions for Patrick? No. So I've got the local access forum, which is a bit of an unusual one. Are you going to do this, Joel?
In the absence of David, yes, the local access forum met on the 2nd of December. It was its AGM. So John Toogood has been elected as the substantive chair. He was originally the vice chair. The previous chair stood down due to illness. It was a very constructive meeting in terms of a lot of reports that were received from members. The first one that we concentrated on was the access implications of the fire, which of course was quite significant. We also covered a report on the lightweight walk and the possibilities of improvements to or ways to potentially adopt as a right-of-way the remaining sections of that, and that again was well discussed. We also had a report from a member around the pressures on residents of cycling events in the park and how better to manage those, and also a discussion around the Northern Gateway scheme and in particular the master planning consultation that has been happening in that area. The chair has indicated a desire to review the operation of the LAF to make it more strategic and obviously to contribute and advise and help the authority in its work. The chair does sit on the North Yorkshire LAF as well, and they've gone through a similar process, so we look forward to working on that.
It's good to hear. Good to hear. Any questions on the Access Forum? It's not something that we hear a great lot of, but it's the statutory requirement, isn't it? Okie doke. So the EDI group, is that going to be John or Joe?
The minutes of it being circulated now of our last meeting. I have nothing to add to those minutes in particular. I will highlight some equalities training we've always circulated in a couple of dates in January and February. It is a highly recommended training. Book on as early as you can. I think you will all appreciate it. But Joe, what else do we need to say about? Did you want to say something about the changing places facility?
Well, there is changing places facility that's well advanced in terms of planning, but it's still at risk in terms of whether North Yorkshire Council will allow us to place it on their land in Helmsley. So the EDI group resolved that John and Arnold will write a letter just on behalf of the EDI group asking North Yorkshire to help facilitate this. Work's ongoing on this, but it is at risk. As well as the things we covered, we did the targeted transport similar, so that's had a lot of scrutiny from members and has really benefited from that. But also Claire Roberts, who's our head of people, joined us, and she highlighted that there are a number of equalities implications for the organisation as an employer coming in the employment rights bill that's going through Parliament at the moment. So we as a group will have to work through those in the new year as the details of those get firmed up.
I'm sorry, could I just stress, Joe, I'm sorry to do this, but I know you're going to write a good letter, but for other people to know that the director needs to know and the portfolio holder needs to know about the blockage in this scheme, because there's a real danger that it's not going to be delivered by the end of March, and it could just be because people aren't knowing who to go to. Well, we've got to, and I'm sorry, I just think other members might share the passion there. We've just at least got to let people, the right people, know that we've got a problem, and if they don't give us what we need, well, that's one outcome, but at least be aware that we've got a problem. Thank you.
We should have said strongly worded letter.
Should, Tom.
Is this a planning issue, right?
No, it's land ownership, isn't it?
There will be a planning implication of this, but we've worked very closely with the planning team to get to a design which will be acceptable from a point of view in terms of the input. It's simply a question of placing the pod, which is a changing places toilet, on land and then connecting it up to the services that are needed. You need water and electricity. And these are the bits where identifying the relevant person who can then officially say, yes, you can do that, has so far proved tricky. And in particular, it's Estelle Hook, who's the lead officer for Howardian Hills, who's dealing with this on behalf of the consortia that are of interest. And hence she's asked for a little bit of help just to smooth things through.
Go on, Steve.
Yeah, we're just on. I'm helping Estelle trying to identify these. This did come up in the Transport Environment Committee at North Yorkshire, where we identified. I think I may have contact with the right officer through another project, and this is all about the properties, basically, isn't it? Use of the properties. Yeah, but I do think this has also come as a consequence of the furore around the paying for toilets and everything else, and it's all getting sucked into this. And I think, let me have a look at my emails, back on my emails, but I'm due to have a catch up with Estelle on this as well, because I think we may be able to oil it through somehow, hopefully, and get this sorted. Otherwise, there'll be a furore back. I did ask, it was the Helmsley member though, surely he must be on this. Surely. He's the chair of the council.
The Helmsley member office is continuing support for the project.
Okay, well, if there's anything we can do offline to speed that along. Any more questions? I'm going to crack on. So I think that deals with item 14. Item 15 is reports from members and outside bodies. And so we've had the trust already. David's gone, but he's left a report from Council for National Parks, which is after information. I don't think there's any more, is there? So, brings us to the Chief Executive's report, which is that. Do you want 3 minutes to say what you think is important to this, Tom?
I think in the interests of people's time, I'll take it entirely as read unless anybody's got any questions for me, Chair. It's quite a comprehensive report, so hopefully there's enough information in there for members to glean from that what iron officers have been doing over the last few months.
Patrick.
Quick question, Tom. Did you have any feedback from the visit of the Permanent Secretary?
We did. I mean, it's a real privilege to host Permanent Secretary. He's relatively new. He started in October, I believe. So to host him in the national park quite an early stage, really important, particularly on the before the publication of the EIP as well. So yeah, some really useful feedback. He definitely drew attention to this, been a highlight of his time in DEFRA so far. I think we were able to demonstrate the strength of our capability as a delivery organisation. Don't just talk about doing stuff, but actually get stuff done on the ground. Particularly strong focus because he was keen to understand the interface between DEFRA organisations and sustainable farming, and so there's a keen focus on farming and protected landscapes and how we work through our local team to deliver government policy in relation to farming and land management, and that came across very, very strongly from the farmers involved, that kind of trusted relationship that's had with the National Park Authority, not just in relation to FIPL, but more broadly in relation to wider DEFRA schemes. So yeah, no, really positive. So the iron officers felt it was we enjoy hosting DEFRA visits, but this is probably the most enjoyable that we've done recently.
Anybody else? That's good stuff. I just note the work that Tom continues to do, standing for the National Parks England lead. I think it stands us in good stead because it keeps Tom in the middle of the stuff that's going on nationally, but also it's a lot of work for him. So thank you, Tom, just to note that, and that hopefully that there will be a recruitment of of a new person that's sort of in fairly early in the new year. Nothing else on that then. Such other business. I have no other business as a matter of urgency. So the last item is just item 18, exclusion of the public for the private minutes at 19. Are we all happy to do that?
Yeah.
Thank you.